Alrighty, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good tomorrow. Good rest of the week too, why not?
Ulfsild's secrets are all around us. You need only know where to look. Read the Fable of the Indrik, then use the lens and re-examine the tome. You'll see what I mean.
You tell me about this lens more.
Ulfsild created the true sight lens as she developed the art of scribing.
I'm pretty sure we asked all this yesterday.
Magic in a way few others could. This intuitive understanding of magic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I remember that. We've already discussed this. Fable of the Indrik. A hunter traveled through green waters to the break of dawn, seeking a worthy quarry. He came across Lady Stone, still with her skirts pulled around her. Something huddled behind her, a creature of hooves and feathers and bones of the earth. It barked and gave chase when he got too close. He chased it through mud and brush, down into the earth by amber light of Kulanda in the gleaming halls of moon-gray stone. The long-legged creature shed its even longer shadow, leaving it to do battle with the hunter. The two met again among the ruins of an isle brought low from the weight of a once mighty tower. All that remained was a well of starlight at its center. The creature did not run, but considered the hunter as he approached. "Why did you chase me?" asked the creature. "I sought a worthy quarry," answered the hunter. "I was feeble and new to this world," said the creature. "Small and weak. I would lose my sharpness in waiting for you to grow, and you had sense enough to run," said the hunter. "What use would the gift be if none ever chased you?" "Drink of this well with me," said the creature. "We were both made stronger by your pursuit." The two foes bent their heads and drank of the well of starlight. Rejuvenated, they raised their heads as friends and ran again, dashing over the river, splashing through the lady's skirts, stopping on a high overlook jutting out to the sea. What a difference it made, thought the hunter as he stepped into the creature's glade, keeping stride with another rather than follow in their wake.
Now enter the focal point and peer through the lens. You will see what was unseen in the fable.
Okay. Aha. We're in Tamriel for certain. Greenwater Cove, Dawnbreak. It must be Auradon. Amundus Stone, I know the one, on an island in a small pond south across the river from that mining settlement. The beast may be an Indrik. Moongray suggests the ruins of Ondil. Voronim, on the east coast. No tower, but there is an ancient well of power there. Consulted my map. This must not have been an island when the fable was written. Now it's home to a lighthouse on the southwest coast of Auradon. I hope the door is still there.
Excellent. Ulfsild's annotations will tell you where you need to go. You've seen the hidden annotations then, and you know where you are going.
Looks like Ulfsild's notes lead to Auradon.
You should be able to follow those annotations in sequence, leading you from location to location. Just like the hunter in the fable, you seek the Indrik now. Let Ulfsild be your guide.
Is there anything else I need to know?
As this is your first time, I will accompany you into the field. Not everything you need to know is on the page. I will teach you how to break the luminary wards and retrieve key fragments to enter the Indrik's domain.
I'll see you in Auradon then.
I'll meet you at the Lady's Standing Stone in Auradon. How nice it'll be to really stretch my wings again.
Do all the luminaries have fables like this?
Indeed. Ulfsild gathered hundreds of tomes in her search for these tales. A small handful of her annotated volumes will be needed to find the luminaries. Beyond the Indrik, you will seek them out in whatever order you choose.
Okay, why am I starting with the Indrik?
Ulfsild felt a kinship with him. He was the first of the luminaries to ally with the Archmage, and the first to commit his power to the altar. If any of these unorthodox beings are still loyal to Ulfsild, I felt he would be the one.
I'm not sure how the luminaries connect to scribing or the altar.
Tilt your head and think of the altar as the heart of the Scholarium. Without it, the library would simply be a graveyard of tomes. A lifeless shell filled with old knowledge and stories of the past. What makes that heart beat? What gives it life?
The luminaries of magic?
Yes. Before the doors were sealed, the Indrik Netch, dragon, and griffin fed the altar their strength. Now the heart of the Scalarium struggles to beat, and without that beating heart, your mastery of scribing will stagnate.
How do we know they'll be willing to share their strength at the altar again?
Ah, there's the trick. We don't. Ulfsild underwent trials to prove her worth, to gain their trust. But that was lifetimes ago. All we can hope to do now is find the luminaries and remind them of their promise to Ulfsild. The rest is up to you.
Can you tell me more about this lens?
Ulfsild created the True Sight lens as she developed the art of scribing. From a young age, she could see magic in a way few others could. This intuitive understanding of magic was what led her to the luminaries and inspired scribing itself.
She could see magic. Okay, never mind. We've seen this. Okay. Okay, now we just got to meet the Crow and Auradon. May as well just do it quickly. Actually, wait. I have an idea. Instead of that, we should really quickly take care of one other thing. We should do our daily mount speeds and stuff, because we can easily run up from Auradon and get there when we're done. So I'm going to quickly go to actual Auradon itself so that I can buy this character's mount stuff. Okay, right. We're gonna quickly sign in as the other characters, and move on from there. I guess I forgot to take this one back to the place, so we'll do that.
Fate needs you, Proxy.
Oh.
Guards, break this up!
Oh yeah, that's why I came back here. I slipped into the ADHD loop for a moment where I just started running around in circles. No, I need to go back over here. Now I should be able to log in on all of them. I'll get those materials, do my daily writs before we go do the crow. Please open the Steam shop. I kind of want to see what it costs. I'm curious. $50. It's not bad, but I don't have the money as much as I would love to.
Welcome. Oh, I forgot I don't have any of the mats on me. You call that speed? I've seen dozing Argonians move faster than that.
Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the Wolven Mafia. Okay, so in order for me to get all of that claimed, I'm going to have to make more space, and making more space basically means sending off the mats that I have on me, and oh my god. This is a vicious cycle. So I'll have to get rid of some of the mats on me in order to make place for those mats, which then I'll probably also have to send off to go get the rest of the mats that I need to craft these writs. It is absolutely a vicious, vicious cycle. But so is the way of doing things. Okay. I'll do the push-ups. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, I need to take a moment. I already used up some of my energy today to do some other chores and stuff, so a little more winded than I usually am. What was that? 16? 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. Okay. Okay. Good gracious. Damn it. I forgot this. Speak with her. Okay, that makes a couple spaces. Nobody cares about those crawlers. I can probably get rid of the companion bow. It's green. And these as well. I don't need any of these. Wait a minute. Why do I still have those? Huh. I guess it didn't consume them. Well, I don't need them, so. Probably don't need all these stam potions either. I have too many of them. Definitely don't need all these. I don't think any of these are worth really anything. Potions alone probably just paid for my my repairs for a while. Alright, let's accept the rest of this mail. Ow. Let's see if that's enough to craft all of it. Nope, I didn't get any wood. Okay, so I can't do the wood ones. Is it enough for me to do any of the others? Okay, I have enough rubidite left in my crafting bag that I should be able to craft these at least. Then I should be able to craft... Nope, didn't get any silk either. That sucks. I might be able to craft the rune at most. So let's just go to our house and collect what we need. Okay, we already used up the rubidite. We need the silk. We may or may not need leather. We will need platinum. May or may not need the food. I don't think we do. Probably need this, and we could probably refine that, because that should get us probably at least a stack. I can send the rest off. Turned into something else. Then we need to go to here, and here, and here. Free teleporters. Whee! I hate this so much. It's damn pointless is what it is. This is why everybody has a crafting alt. Fuck that, though. I don't do things the easy way. Most of the time. Even when I think I'm trying to do them the easy way, I don't. That should free a couple inventory spots up, because it should turn like a 3 into a 1. Give or take. That should give us a little bit of space to finish crafting. I hope. Not really. Alright, let's send off some of the materials that we're not going to need. Alright, as Snow requested. Send it off to Sally, because we don't need it. I don't need those. I have a stack of these. Probably don't need the raw jute. Or scraps for rawhide either, but... I'm going to send off as little as I can until I'm done with my crafting reds for the day, because I don't know what I'm going to need. And I'd hate to run out partway through. Problem is these ones don't stack. If the material's stacked for these ones, it wouldn't be so bad. But they don't. Dick. If it didn't force you to have those, it would just, like, mail you the fucking overage. I might be able to craft this. The mud crab chitin I can get relatively easily. I say relatively because it's not exact. Need one additional spot. Are you shooting me? I don't need these anymore. Oh god, I forgot to fucking select it. Now I should be able to copy-paste it for later. And that should make me enough space to finish this one. Now I just need the mud crab chitin, which I can go get by just wandering around finding some mud crabs and killing enough of them, and I'll get chitin. If I recall correctly, there should be 1 or 2 of them down this way. Ooh, 2 at once. Kismet. And I got 2. That's a nicety. 2 from the first 2 crabs I found. Cool. Cool. Now, I should be able to use...
Keep that close to you. A pickpocket will make a killing off something like that.
Okay, I can go throw a few of these recipes in the guild bank that I don't need. There's 5 slots right there that I can use to empty the rest of this out. Or try to. So that I can then send it all off at once instead of sending off a chunk, realizing I then have another stack of that and having to send that off. Trying to be more efficient. It's just causing me more pain. But the guild bank will enjoy these recipes since I don't need them. Normally I'd send them to somebody I know needs them, but pretty much everybody doesn't. Most of these are very common recipes.
Five-fold venerations, my friend.
I clicked guild store. I don't want guild store. I want guild bank. Deposit. Make sure I'm in the right guild. Yep. Okay, let's scroll down, find the things I can shove in here. Just making sure it says recipe known. I already clicked them, so I know it should. It doesn't mean I can't double check. Send those in there. Is there anything else I can throw in here? Nope. Okay. Okay, fine. Fine, game. I will send them off. And we'll just live with the fact that we're sending more mail. Oh well. Fucking bastard. Okay, I don't need the rawhide scraps, but we'll get there. I'll send him the extra rubido leather that I don't need right now. Got another 200 stack I can shove in my chest. Even that I'm probably not going to need. Because I have like 3 other statues of it. I should really dismantle all of this as well. It's going to make more of these stacks. That's fine. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, maybe now I'll have enough space to accept the rest. Because fuck me running. It certainly doesn't want me to. Doesn't help that I forgot to grab all of yesterday's, so I have all these doubles. Which is not helping at all. Okay. Let's go dismantle the rest of this.
You are the hallowed, bright moons be praised.
Something.
Did I pick up anything ornate? Yes, I did. Things I don't need to dismantle because they're just better off being sold for gold. Deconstruct. Do I need to refine anything? No. Very good. Now, the clothing. We deconstruct. Oh wait, I needed to refine, I think a little, maybe? Fine. No, okay, I guess it didn't. I usually try and save up the stacks until I have a decent amount that I can do. It should give me a good amount of sanded ash to supplement my stacks. Normally I'd take these intricates and shove them in that chest, but I don't really have that many of them, so I'm just going to get rid of this one for now.
What kind of trouble do you think we... Welcome.
Cursed with such a task.
Um, well, did I dismantle everything? I think so. Have I accepted all the mail? Yes. Have I made all of the space that I can? Certainly seems so. Good, good. There's a couple of stolen things there that I can quickly go sell. Thank you, Lethal. I really appreciate it. It's always nice seeing from you. Seeing from... I mean, I guess I am seeing the text rather than hearing it. Seeing from you. Huh.
These places always remind me of where I grew up. It's
Makes
comforting.
sense.
I feel more at home here than anywhere.
What delight!
Okay. Huh. I guess that's just there now. Now, I should be able to go put the rest of these materials away and then send them off. Oh, of course I'll take my Teldar. New rewards start tomorrow. Hell yeah. Collections, housing, staple homes, crafter stash. Hey, at least now we have a plan of action. All right, let me put these away and send them off, and then I'll go take care of that. Oops, nope, I didn't mean to do that. I need to put those away. Probably don't need more than a stack of rubidite ingots, in fact, for the time being. In fact, I probably don't need a stack of more than 200 rubidite leather. Or rubido leather. For that matter. But I do make a lot of medium armor, so I'll keep 2 stacks. That's it, though. I'll send the rest off. I don't have space for anything else. I need to send off those 2. I'll stuff this in there with that. Don't need to store any of those. Or any of that. I don't really need to store any of this either. I do end up using a lot of this ruby ash, but I'm just going to keep the rough form of it. I think I really need the rest. What else am I missing? And I took a couple of stacks of rubido leather out of here that I didn't need. So maybe that's what's missing. Has to be. I mean, I really probably shouldn't have this in this one. I could go put this one in another one. I mean, yeah, I think that's everything. I don't see anything missing. So I think that is all of it. Or most of it. Yeah, I guess I could probably put away some of like these pulverized ones for making jewelry stuff because that's expensive. I guess I do like having my carnelians. Sapphires are good for the divines because I use that a lot. But I'm pretty sure I already had stacks of those. I guess cheese could be funny. I'll store cheese. I guess I'll throw this etched molybdenum in there because that was an expensive mat somebody sent me. To do a writ with, and I don't want to have to get more of it right now. I'll just store whatever else I had stuffed in there. And the amounts that I have it in there in. Oh, that was the one that was missing. It was the elegant linings. So I can take one of those out. Then I can take out the cheese. The cheese was a joke anyway. There we go. Okay. Now we have the surplus that can be sent off. Attach items. Okay. 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 Sweet. I think that's everything sent off, right? Yeah, we don't have a materials tab anymore, so they're all sent off. That's all the inventory space we can clear. Pretty reasonably, anyway. So I will be back. I will leave you with the pan flute stylings of whatever song this is in whatever tune this is. No, hang on. You need to do it and actually have the flute come out, please. It's pretty that way. There we go. Enjoy that while I quickly go take care of this problem. Okay. I'm back. Sorry that took a moment. Sweet. Now we can actually focus on doing. Actually, I think we're in the right city already, aren't we? We are. Sort of. So, like, kind of. We need to go to the Scalarium. Actually, no, we need to go to Oridon. So, no, we're not in the right place. But we're close. Because right outside here is a teleport stone, so we can just do that. There we go.
There you are. I have been expecting you.
Go from here to Oridon. Portal to Skingrad. Portal to Oridon. Yeah, this is cool. So I've got like some sort of like secret shortcuts that other people don't have. That's pretty neat, I gotta say. In theory, this should be faster now than me running, at least until I find that ring. I don't know if there's diminishing returns on your movement speed pluses.
Here we are, where the fabled chase began. Ah, what a flight! I almost didn't want to land. But to business. The luminaries are beings of great power. Each has a domain they have shaped to their choosing.
Why are you wet?
Each domain has a door, and each door, of course, has a key.
Birds don't sweat. So why are you wet?
As I said in the library, let the fable be your guide. We are here at the Lady, the first annotated location in the fable. Just as you did back at the Scalarium, peer through the true sight lens within a focal point. Magic wards left behind by the Indrik. A trio of these wards hide a fragment of his key. Once revealed, these wards can be dispelled from a distance. Clear them all, and the key fragment will be revealed. Don't worry, I'll help you find it. If the luminaries share one trait, it's a love of a challenge overcome. Yes, you'll need to gather 3 key fragments to open the Indrik's door. Let's begin. And remember, if you lose your sight, there will always be more focal points at hand.
Okay. I'll use the lens and find it then.
Peer through the lens, reveal the wards, and claim the key fragment. This may seem a small step, but an incredible path waits before you.
You kind of answered this already, but why are they hit?
I'm not sure I can give you a simple answer to that question. Perhaps some of the luminaries can give you their perspective. My best guess? When you see magic the way they do, your taste for the company of mortal mages might sour.
So the mages annoy them.
That ruffles the feathers more than I intended. Think of it this way. Your average archmage is just a neophyte compared to the luminaries. I think these hidden keys are a way to dissuade, let's call them, casual questions.
I see.
The lens shows magic the way Wolfsong saw it. Shades of how the luminaries see it. Now, find the wards. Your vision has faded. Find another focal point. Each will be in sight of a ward.
Oh, I see.
Find 2 more wards to reveal the fragment.
I see.
Your vision has faded. Find another focal point. Each will be in sight of a ward.
I guess this one has to go twice. Interesting.
The wards are gone, and the fragment revealed. The first key fragment is yours. Well done.
Interesting.
You've taken to this well. Your early steps to master scribing. But from here I must take my leave. Return to the Scalarium. Ulfsild, I believe, wanted her inheritor to walk this path alone.
Alright, I just need to find the other 2 key fragments, right?
Just as you did here, use the fable to find your way. Dispel the wards, and with key in hand, you should be able to open the door and meet the luminary Indrik face to face.
What then?
He will likely ask you to prove yourself worthy of his power. I have a good feeling about you, interloper. Altar breaker. I have faith you can do
That's
it.
fair. Although I didn't
Madness
break it.
guide you on your journey, and I'll see you back at the Scalarium.
See you
Just
there.
remember, you can always reference the fable of the Indrik from your bag. Ulfsild's annotations will guide you on your journey. Find the wards, obtain the fragments, and soon you shall meet your first luminary of magic.
Okay, can you remind me where the other key fragments are here in Oridon?
Just remember, in your quest to meet other luminaries, I will not be around to act as a guide. The next set of wards lie within the ruins of Omdil. The third are on the eastern island of Buranim. Ulfsild's annotations make that clear.
And the door to the Indrik's domain.
It lies on an island off the southwest coast of Oridon, atop a rise that now features a lighthouse beacon. You'll find it, interloper, just as Ulfsild did, all those years ago.
See. Well, best get started then. So, guessing that'll be the lighthouse there. Buranim. And ruins of Ondil. So we're looking for ruins. Maybe those ones? Oh, that says Tuin. Gwendolyn. Torinan. I'm not seeing... On the mill. Wonder if I can go get them out of sequence? Like, if that's a thing? Let's go see. If it'll let me do them out of sequence, that'd be ideal. Because then I can just go for whatever's nearby, because it seems like this one's at least the easiest one to find. Audenil, though, I don't know. Could be I just don't have that spot discovered. Although which ones it would be... Beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Let's go down here. We'll go up the coast
Where are you?
to get to the island. It's a little bit roundabout, I will grant you, but I think it'll be better this way. Easier to get to the coast. And then follow it up. Okay, I'm a little curious what he's summoning. He doesn't seem hostile.
Help me, please.
Alright, let's see.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Don't know what he was doing here. I don't know what I helped with, but... This would be the well they drank from, I suppose. I mean, since we're finding an Indrik, it might be a good idea for me to take Tan Loren with me. Maybe.
I knew you were thinking about me.
It's possible I can't come here this way. Alright, let's go completely clear Auradon out. Ouch. Because we'll need to find this regardless. So if we do it this way, at least we'll have it done.
Just when I hit my stride. Something on your mind?
Those do look like ruins of a sort. So it's possible it's that. I could ask, or even Google it, but I don't want to do that. I actually kind of want to hunt these down. Enjoy the journey, as it were. Because a lot of people say that this is quite a trying thing to do, and I do like me a challenge. If I were to simply ask about it, that takes the challenge out of it. Okay, so that's a house. And a world boss. It's not Glister Vale. Could be there, so...
Here we go! Let me at him! Wouldn't hate setting up camp here. I didn't even hear it click.
Cost me 2k gold, but you know, it's fine. I don't feel like wandering that far. I've covered most of this ground before, and there's only this one spot left to look at. Which appears to be a dolmen. Okay, so that's all of it discovered. Should be here somewhere. Except these ones that just don't show up ever, for whatever reason. Guess is as good as mine, frankly, I suppose. I guess I've never completed this dolmen. I guess I'll just chill. Complete the dolmen, why not? I see. Well, now we just have to wait till the dolmen pops. So let's listen to some flute.
While the prey was distracted, the predator prepared to strike. I don't want revenge. I want your submission.
Well, there. Now we've done that dolmen. Cool, now that's done. Guess we haven't done that one either. We could just quickly do a zone clear of this place. I mean, While we're at it, I spent so much time in Oridon, I'm surprised I haven't done it at least once. Pay no attention to the man with glowing swords. He is definitely not an assassin.
I don't need to be here for this.
What do you mean? We just killed Veiled Heritage members. They weren't good people. And you're a spy. Fuck you. No problem with it. I don't know why you have a problem with that. We're just killing Veiled Heritage members. They're bad people.
Then, we're here to cause some trouble?
You don't want trouble.
Let's show them what we've got.
So you're a spy, but you prefer a straight-up fight. I don't understand you. You're a conundrum, a conniption. Bit of a contrivance, perhaps. I'm just going to ignore your little skeletal ice wall there. It's not important to me.
Think they got what it takes? Delicate and dashing. funeral.
Yes? You're going to regret this.
I doubt there's going to be anything important down there, but we can go check that out in a minute. Let's go back up through here.
Too easy. I didn't think it would get any better.
Making sure to clear everything I can to find if there's a chest or quest or anything in here.
Done. But don't let your guard down.
Just so that it registers that I've done it. And don't need to do it again. Because I've spent, like, hundreds of hours, probably, in Oridon at least. I didn't see a quest. But there was also still that central
It's your funeral.
little swamp walkthrough over there that I haven't gone through, so...
Thanks. I needed a stretch. Thanks. I needed a stretch.
Alright, so that's, I mean, that's everything. I mean, if it can be done here, we've done it. We killed everything. We've wandered through here, found all the chests that were available. We've essentially killed everything in it at least once. If it can be done, we've done it. So, hopefully it shows it's complete now, because there doesn't appear to be a quest for this place that I've seen, at least. It appears we've read the lore books, so... hopefully that means it's done. Let's just teleport over here. We'll go check that little marker to the right of the city just to make sure it's nothing important that can be discovered, because the other ones just weren't discoverable anyway. Like, they're there, they're just not... you can't do anything with it. Okay, so it's crafting. Let's see. Why is there a boss here?
Who got that point? Me or you?
I don't understand why there's a boss there. But this is just a crafting area, right?
You can make cloth from this?
I'll just travel to it. I don't care. I don't feel like having to figure out how to get back up into the city to get there.
Let's go in loud. do this again sometime?
Okay, I don't know that I've ever been in this spot. I certainly don't remember it. Okay, I think I want to go explore this first, then come back up, go down here, take care of this, and then come out. So I'm going to go this way. Although I should probably take a look in this little upper spot here, because I didn't go all the way over to there to take a look. Okay, there doesn't appear to be anything of any import over here. I don't see any books.
Was that it?
Maybe I did come through here before. It's just so long ago that I don't remember, because these readables have been read. This place is pretty. I had to have for that sky shard. When I did it is another thing entirely, but the fact that I did it seems to be immutable here.
And that's how it's done. Almost dozed off there. not bad with a lockpick.
Is there no boss here? Or have I just killed it so fast I didn't realize it? Did I actually come up here? No, okay.
Still got room to grow.
Alright, that's this place done. Let's get the hell out of here. I don't need to nor care to stay here longer.
Get yourself free.
Fighting my way free. Alright, well that's complete. Quests I haven't done in Oridon. That's wild. Closer. Something isn't right. Perhaps something happened in the town. Perhaps.
Who are you? Wait, not important. You're new, and not a statue. I can use that.
What happened to all of these people?
Yes, I did it. I turned them to stone, but for a good reason. It was the only way to protect them from the savage beasts.
What savage
The
beasts?
animals here are normally very tame. Energies in the wood. Now they're vile and bloodthirsty. I believe they've been possessed by Daedra.
Why did you turn these people to statues, though?
I lost some of my apprentices to the beasts. So when I made it back to town, I cast a spell that would protect everyone. It was the only way.
Alright, then how do we fix
As
this?
long as those creatures prowl the woods, we're in danger. I believe the monoliths in the woods have something to do with the Daedric influence. Dispel their energies. Hopefully that will free the animals.
Dispel the energies around the monoliths, right.
When the Daedric influence is gone, it should be safe to restore the village. My poor neighbors.
Where did the Daedric influence come from?
I don't know. I don't know. The beasts are insidious, and we Altmer never bargain with Daedra.
Never?
To even consider summoning one of those monsters, it'd be inviting a death sentence. The Atronachs, at least. They're more constructs than... No, a death sentence.
What are these monoliths you mentioned?
They're ancient. I've studied them for years in my spare time. Not even really sure who put them up. But I'm certain they're why the local creatures are normally so docile.
So the Daedric influence is in these monoliths.
Yes. I theorize that wherever the Daedra came from, they're somehow polluting the energy of these monoliths. Dispel that energy and, I hope, the Daedra will become powerless.
Where did the Daedric influence come from?
I don't know. I don't know. The beasts are insidious, and we Altmer never bargain with Daedra.
Okay. Okay, well, I don't see any reason not to trust you. So I'm just gonna go with it. But no, if you're lying to me, I will kill you without hesitation.
I sense the field disperse. I would speak with you.
Uh-huh.
The energy subsides, but the animals are still savage monsters. We'll have to try something else. We need a bear.
What?
I've spent some time studying these monoliths. I've managed to create a little magical fob that imitates their energy. Essentially, it will make one of the Ursines your furry friend. For a time.
Why do I need a furry friend again?
We need to extract the Daedric energy from these beasts. To do that, we'll need a test subject. You'll have to rough the furry fellow up a bit first. Weaken him for the spell to work.
Alright, I
Maybe
guess that's
you can
okay.
talk with your friend. Just follow the road through the grove.
Alright. I see. This is not going to be easy. Tanlorin, I need you to fuck off. Okay. Inside we go. I hope his hips can fit.
Ah, good. Now let's see if I can banish the Daedric influence from this creature.
You killed my pet bear.
That should not have happened. This will not do. Something here is very wrong. A flame atronach. My spell should have sent it screaming back to oblivion. But something else interfered. There's a powerful Daedra nearby. I know it now. You have to kill it.
Do you have any idea where it
A
is?
moment. I can feel something. There's a cave north of here. Whatever this monster is, dispatch it, and we can return the grove to peace.
Okay. Something tells me you're lying to me, sir. Call me crazy. But I think you're the reason that this all happened. Maybe I'm being unfair. Welcome at the college. You continued ill-advised experience after being... Please pack your things and vacate the premises at one villager. I'm seeing a pattern. I'm seeing a pattern. This guy is a disgraced mage who was performing experiments he shouldn't have been tucking with, but he did it anyway, and he's reached the find out portion of his fucking around.
Stay back. This cave is filled with Daedra.
I'm aware. Who are you again?
Merormo leaves me here to die. And he doesn't even mention me? Stars take him. I'll kill that traitor twice.
Traitor, what are you talking about?
This debacle is all Merormo's fault. These beasts, controlled by Daedra? All his idea. He was trying to create animal soldiers. Feigned shock troops with the ability to reason.
It hasn't gone very well.
No, it hasn't. Look, whatever's actually controlling these things, I think it's at the bottom of the cave. I'm very woozy. Blood loss. I'll stay here. Try to stay conscious.
All right, and I'll take care of the puppet master. I'll be right back. Huh, probably a Dremora. Look, I admire his gumption. I think it is something to try and give animals the ability to fight in a war. It's probably not a good idea. You know, we kind of found that out in like World War One and Two with the horses. How it took us that long to realize it, I don't know, but we kind of did.
I heard the battle. Impressive. I assume you won.
I assume the beast is dead. Can you talk and walk?
Stars, yes. Let's get that bastard. Marormo needs to pay for what he's done here.
I agree. Let's go get him. Could have just told me the truth. I might have even been willing to help. But you didn't, now did you?
Damn it, Marormo! You coward! Statues? Restore them now!
Of course.
Good. Now, to make sure you don't teleport away.
Listen, you can't tell the Cannon Reeve. She'll kill me. I'm not joking. She'll have me put to a blade. My nephew, Yander, went off to join the fighting and... Damn it, I just wanted to stop spending our blood. My sister will never be the same.
How can Daedra even come close to saving lives?
It's not just the Daedra. It's the monoliths. I've studied them for years. Worked out how the magics pacify the beasts. But that's all the magic does. It turns beasts into mewling pets, not combat troops.
So the Daedra were to control the animals through the monoliths.
Yes. The flame Atronachs are essentially just raw Daedric energy given form. I summoned some, hulled them down, and poured them into the monoliths. That creature in the cave was not in the plan.
Thank you for being honest.
What? What just happened? He did what? Why would he do that?
Do I think he should be put to the sword for this? I think it was admirable of him to at least try to solve a solution to end the war without blood. Or at least without his people's blood. I kind of understand his goal there. I get it. I think it was misguided, and I think that leaving him alive is dangerous, potentially, but I also don't want to kill him. I don't think that that's the right thing here. I think he's got some good ideas. If they were constructively applied, maybe it'd be okay. But if I leave him alive and he does this shit again, somebody's gonna die. This is such a tough choice. I'll let him live.
Mages, fine. Thank you for speaking with me.
Thank you. I heard what you said, and thank you. I never meant for anyone to get hurt, and the lesson here is clear. Daedra are never the answer. I'll never attempt this kind of ritual again. You probably hear this kind of thing all the time, but again, thank you, Traveler.
How could you side with that traitor? Unbelievable.
Look, his goals were admirable, just badly applied. I think he needs to be under more strict watch and probably shouldn't have been thrown out of the Mages Guild. But, I can't fix that. Okay, so I probably have it in my quest inventory, which should let me... Ondil. I haven't seen anywhere named Ondil, though. Oh, it's a delve. Dirty dogs. I thought I was looking for a ruin, not a delve. That's why I couldn't see where it was.
is it?
Gather your feathers about you. The last fragment is within those ruins.
Let's cause some trouble.
Find the path to the top, and take the next step on your journey.
Okay, well, how do I get up? If up is needed, where is up's starting point?
Hit them where it hurts. Barely broke a sweat.
Well, hello there.
It has been many long years since a mortal
You're
entered my
majestic.
domain.
Can I ride you?
And now
Can I
here
ride you?
are, following in Ulfsild's footsteps. Welcome to my domain, adventurer, bearer of my fable. I sense the power of the Scholarium within you. Your ink-stained hands have touched the altar's magic. I sensed, too, when Ulfsild's essence faded from this realm. After all these years, do you hope to be her inheritor?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm still new to this.
I sense potential. You hunger for power, much as Ulfsild did when she sought me out all those years ago. I will ask you the same question I asked her. Do you deserve this power? The power to edit grimoires, to rewrite magic.
No, no one deserves power. You have to earn it.
How curious. I offer you the power to maim or to mend, to blast with flame or freeze with ice. You would turn down such a gift. We shall see. First, my door must open once again. Place the fable you carry with you upon the dais.
How will that open your
A
door?
story is never just a story. It has the power to change from within and without. The fable of the Indrik acts as a symbolic connection, a commitment from me to you. Place the book and open the path.
All right. That makes sense. I'll place it on the dais then. Also, you are just majestic. Wow. You literally are sparkling, my friend. Look at you. You are magnificent. Ah.
You have many questions, I am sure. Place the fable on the dais to open the Scholarium door. We will speak more on power, its meaning, and the art of scribing.
Damn it, you're glorious. How are you not loving this, Tenlorin? You usually rather protective of Indrix. You're getting to meet, like, one of the oldest Indrix in existence. And you're just, like, chilling. What the fuck? Who pissed in your Cheerios?
It's good to taste the ink of the Scholarium upon the air again. Power can mean many things. Its meaning may change with each new day, each turn of the season. Ulfsild learned this hard lesson when the Scholarium slipped away. If I am to teach you as I taught her, I must learn what power means to you.
How do you want to do that?
A scroll nearby details a series of challenges, expressions of power, both subtle and not. Choose two to complete, that I might know what power means to you.
Does it matter which tasks I complete?
You do not know me yet, but I am no taskmaster. Power expressed against one's will is no power at all. Attempt only the challenges that appeal to you. When you are done, return, and we will take your next step together.
All right.
Rest easy. I would not set you to task without cause. There is method to my mindset. In the meantime, you have many questions. Mortals always do.
Where exactly are we? But that's true. I do have
would be
questions for you.
disappointed if you did not. Scribing is an art esoteric, translating the very stuff of magic into mortal hands by luminary liaison. There's much you do not understand. Yet.
Why are you having me do these particular
To
challenges?
consider the meaning of power. Every being alive thinks they understand it. But how to gain power, or what power to gain, is not the crucial question. How should power be used? That is what drives me.
And these challenges all relate to power.
Gladiators in a ring, the unquiet dead, a Daedric incursion, overlords reigning in the depths. They all possess the means to destroy, to control. I encourage you to see that power firsthand, and consider how you yourself would use it.
Can you tell me more about scribing and what it means to you?
The act of scribing is really quite simple. You focus your will, put ink to parchment, and scrawl your soul upon the page. You change the magic, and the magic changes you. Focus your intent, and fire becomes frost. Venom becomes shock.
If it's so simple, why is scribing a lost art?
That was Ulfsild's choice. She spoke to other scholars of her time, her husband, her friends. But scribing was a path she walked alone. It was a choice I believe she came to regret in the end.
What are you exactly? What are the luminaries?
If
These are
magic
good
is a
questions.
river, we are eddies in the current. We are not masters of the river, but we are a part of it. The river is us. We are the river. Each of us awakened in a different manner, time, and place. I am the oldest to choose my form, I believe.
You chose your form. Why are you an Indrik?
Why are you the way that you are? Why do you have fur, claws, and a tail? You are what you were born to be, and I am the same. I was able to choose my shape, but there was no other shape I could have been.
That's philosophical as fuck. I like that. Where are we exactly?
My pocket domain, shaped and hewn into being in the same way I chose my form. I find it a pleasant respite from the larger world. Other luminary domains may have been formed with different goals.
Every luminary has their own domain, their own wing, like this?
Indeed. Each of us formed a pocket realm as we were born. None of us could answer the question of why, if that has risen to the top of your mind. Each of us has an opinion, of course. But that's also in our very nature, it would seem.
What's your opinion?
I think we are very alone, each of us. And Aetherius, in its wisdom, did not wish us to be both alone and wandering. This sense of isolation is something we each grapple with in our own way. As did Ulfsild, of course. Of course.
Is this place part of the Scalarian?
Only partially. Scribing, even in its earliest incarnations, seemed destined to use a luminary's power. It was Ulfsild's idea to bind my domain to the Scalarium, which in turn led to great achievements and those beautiful doors.
Your power runs into the Scalarium through the door.
In Ulfsild's time, yes, it did. The strength of the luminaries, channeled into the very heart of the scribing altar, allowed for incredible feats. And may do so again, depending on how you fare.
Fair enough. Why does it look like the Somerset Isles?
The noble beast whose shape I chose felt right at home among these falling petals and verdant greens. When I need a moment's peace, or to rid my mind of stray thoughts, I'm grateful that this was the space that formed around me.
Fair enough. Challenge of the Anchor. Vile Daedric creations fall from the skies. Scourge their presence in the land known as Oradon. Okay, so complete some of those. Challenge of Teamwork. With fellow heroes by your side, face off against other champions seeking glory. So PvP. Challenge of Strength. Vile beings of superior strength await your challenge in the dells of Oradon. Slay them, prove you are stronger. Done that. Challenge of Cleansing. The unliving rise and sully the purity of the land of Oradon. Use your strength to send the dead back to their domain. I've done all of those. Can I complete more than one? I guess not. Well, slaying the undead is a noble goal, as most of them are not willingly there. It's one thing if you're like a lich and you chose to be there, I suppose, but I suppose we should go slay some undead. And then go kill some bosses. Well, let's see here. Seems like it will be quite a task to complete all of these. It's back to Oridon then. I definitely want to kill the undead. I think that that is a noble goal. So I think that that would be one that I would choose. And that he would choose as character. So, undead. I think Tenzel will. Has some undead. I think Dark Anchors and Undead Slaying. Driving back the Daedric forces and killing the undead. I think that's a positive use of power and what it means to me. Because the Delve bosses, for the most part, aren't affecting anybody unless they wander into the Delve. They're really only preying on other adventurers. So I think that that's fine. I think the problem comes when it's things like this, where they endanger everybody. So I think the two that I will do will be to destroy a Dark Anchor and slay undead in Oridon. If it lets me do all four, I might do all four.
From my service. Daedra, the anchors, you destroy them to pain.
Power must be used to protect the innocent, not for selfish goals. That's the way I see this. That is the message I will convey to the Indrik. Because the innocent would be affected by the Dark Anchors. But, mostly innocents aren't affected by the Delves. They're a lesser evil. The undead, however, are a scourge upon the land. And I believe that that is necessary to be redressed as well. At least to part the unwilling from this mortal coil. As many necromancers force them back into servitude, and it's not what they desired. So it is against the very naturalist most order of things, I suppose. But not all undead are bad. I'm sure there are probably some liches that are actually pretty good. I mean, Shalador's kind of one. For all intents and purposes. I mean, he's about as close to a lich as you're going to get. I don't need to fight these particular undead, but I think this conveys a good message about power and its meaning for the Indrik. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. But power should always be used in service to others, never to control others. Unless it is absolutely without a doubt for their benefit and there are no downsides. Otherwise, people's agency should be expected to be honored.
Keep your weapons ready.
Okay, now we just need to go back to the Wing of the Indrik. I can go back to town, or I can just do it this way. Pay a little gold. I don't feel like running back to town, and 131 gold is inconsequential. As such, I don't really see the point of not paying.
Well done, mortal. You have risen to the challenge. One task remains. If I am to lend you my strength, you must lend me yours. Power for power. A wrong righted, and another step on the path.
What wrong do you want righted?
My own. One day, as I enjoyed the sun upon my pelt, I beheld a hunter tracking an Indrik and her fawn. The hunter moved in to claim their prize, and the hind perished. The fawn leapt for freedom, and the hunter gave chase.
Such was in the fable, I believe. What did you do?
I stepped in. I imbued the fawn with a wisp of my power, but in acting with haste, I acted unwisely. My power protected the fawn, true enough, but it gathered the hunter in its wake. Now predator and prey are trapped in a chase unending.
You feel that saving the fawn was a mistake.
I granted my power to a being that did not ask for it, and did not know how to use it. The height of arrogance. A vice I have been accused of on occasion. Use the lens, find their trail, and release these poor souls from my power without focus.
Where should I start?
Seek the fawn and the hunter in a southern Auridon cavern. Del's Claim, I believe it is called today. Restore this ill-used power, and I will lend my strength to yours. A signpost on your path to master scribing. Of course, This chase has been running for some time now. Another moment to clarify your mind, improve your focus, will not hurt.
Why did you save the fawn?
I was already old when Ulfsild and I first spoke, centuries ago. I have lived the length of many mortal lives. To see such a young, beautiful creature on the verge of oblivion, I acted without thinking. A mistake in the end.
You regret it that much?
Truth is a form of power, mortal. And the truth is that I have made poor decisions, just as you have. One of the things that binds us together, I suppose. The gods want us to learn by doing, and failure is a very instructive teacher.
Very well. Ah, new path. Stell's Claim Delve. Where's this even at? Is this in... Oh, it's in Volkogard. Ah.
Think they got what it takes?
Okay, to another delve.
Hey, you asked for this.
Man, they're taking us all over the place, ain't they? Guess they've been running for a while.
Come now, little fawn. You cannot run forever.
I mean, it can, technically. Although, personally, I plan to kill the hunter if I have to choose. In this case, it's not something you should do. Although, I suppose that depends on information I don't really have about Indrix. Firstly, you shouldn't kill an animal that has a fawn with it, at least. You should always make an effort to not do that, because it condemns the fawn to death in some cases. Not every species is that way. But there are better places to hunt, better things to kill. And there will always be another time.
Woo! What a rush!
No quarry can escape me. Hounds after it.
Yeah, I like this guy less and less every time. He's using hounds to hunt. That's just not fair. It's not sporting.
You are no keeper. Don't you see what she has done? I will not let you free.
Well, madam, I'm not really here for whoever it is that you're doing that for. I'm here for a separate purpose.
You were quite the challenge,
Give me
little fawn.
a second.
Another trophy for my collection. Hounds, attack!
Oh, Andy's the trophy hunter? Fuck this dude. People who hunt exclusively for trophies and not for meat, fuck all of you. It's disgraceful. If your sole motivation is for a trophy, fuck you.
Take my soul.
I thought they'd be tougher.
Hunting is for food.
My power overwhelms the fawn. A ward of that power now binds it. Dispel the ward. You are free, little one. Free to... What? Oh, of course. You You may return with us if you wish. I will see both of you in my domain then. I will grant my promised power to the one that sought it, and offer safe harbor to the one that did not.
Alright, that seems a fair deal. But yeah, fuck that dude. I don't even think Hercene would like that guy. You don't hunt purely for the damn trophy. It's disgraceful.
The fawn is safe. My strength returned. And you have had a moment, I hope, to reflect on power and its wise application.
What happens now?
Now, as with Ulfsil before you, I offer you the sigil of the Indrik. You will take it to the altar and imbue my strength within. The power I pass to you will infuse every drop of ink, every sheet of parchment, each whorl and dot upon the page.
What does that mean for my scribing?
Until now, your mastery of the art was limited. With my support, your horizon expands. So too, the vision of your allies. I will ensure their efforts to explore and chronicle the contents of the Scalarium meet with success.
Nalia has returned from the Mage's Guild.
Your knight has returned, with allies at her side. But that can wait. Mortal, fable-bearer, friend, accept my gift to you, the power of a luminary of magic.
I accept this gift and promise not to abuse it.
You have completed my trials. You have shown wisdom in the use of your power. Take my sigil. Join its essence with the altar, and let the ink flow once again.
I still don't know how Tanloran isn't fawning over that thing. She's usually extremely protective of the Indriks. Like, one minute she's a hippie, the next minute she's not. Make it make sense. Let me try Ember.
Hey, you!
You don't see that every day. Nalia's going to want to hear about this.
Good to see you again. You'll find her over in the East Wing with our newest arrival.
Not the first time Nalia's gotten herself in over her head. I suppose that's why I'm here. To help keep her head above water.
Quite the adventure we're on together, eh?
I like his
I hear
armor.
Nolia's conversation with Archmage Galarian went surprisingly well. Don't take my word for it, though. She'll have much to say on the matter, I'm sure.
I wouldn't mind your armor set, sir. I like it. It looks good. I like that hers glows.
I wanted to introduce you. This is Chronicler Ferrandil.
Good to meet you. Nalia and I have been touring the library and have already found, well, some terribly surprising things.
Ferrandil is a chronicler, one of the best the guild has to offer. You two talk a moment, and then we can discuss what comes next.
Chronicler Ferrandil at your service. Chronicler of tomes, scrolls, scripts, and otherworldly delights. I'm glad that I was able to make the trip. I think you'll find my skills quite valuable on this most unexpected expedition.
What exactly is your role here?
I've been tasked with facilitating this lost art form you've rediscovered. Scribing. How novel. As I understand it, you will be contacting and convincing these luminary creatures, empowering the altar and all that.
How will you facilitate scribing?
I'll scour the complex for grimoires and scripts. I've already found quite a few, aided, perhaps, by that... what's his name? Indrik chap. I've never been led by a fawn to a trove of ancient secrets before, but it was an exciting experience.
Thank you, Chronicler.
Don't worry, I will do my very, very best to ensure I have what you're looking for. I take my role as chronicler for this expedition quite seriously.
I have a few questions for you.
But of course you do. Ask away, my new friend. Happy to help in any way I can.
The Indrik helped you find supplies.
I believe so, yes. I have a good imagination, you can ask anyone. But I can think of few other reasons for an Indrik faun to be traipsing about the depths of an ancient library carved from a Somerset island.
I wonder if the other luminaries will help you find scripts and grimoires.
I most certainly hope so. This place is massive, and any assistance they might put forward would be deeply appreciated. You can tell them that Chronicler Ferandil said so when you speak to them.
What does a chronicler do exactly?
In the Great Mages Guild hierarchy, it's a bit of an informal title. It's passed around by a few adepts, like myself, with a penchant for the identification and illumination of ancient secrets.
I believe it's pronounced punchant. But yes, you're selling things, though. Is chronicler a fancy title for a clerk?
Isn't it beautiful down here? Just exquisite chisel work on the walls. When the votary here described this
That's a
place,
yes.
well, I just had to come along. And I'm so very glad I did.
The Indrik helped you find supplies. Yes, we did this. Okay.
It's good to be back. I know it took some time to get us all down here. Apologies. Archmage Galarian and the Votary Commander needed significant convincing to turn this into a full-fledged expedition. How did it go with the Crow?
I met my first luminary, the Indrik, and he lent his strength to the altar.
You just continue to impress me again and again. With the luminary strength added to the altar, who knows what you'll be able to accomplish? As you might imagine, Guild leadership is very interested in the art of scribing.
Does that mean you'll be staying here in the Scalarium?
For the duration. You have more luminaries to find, this complex needs to be explored, and the secrets of scribing are just waiting to be teased from the past. What about you, friend? This expedition would be nothing without you.
Oh, I'm committed, Nalia. Let's get to it.
Magnus be praised. We've secured supplies for a full-fledged expedition, you've allied with your first luminary, and the altar surges with new power. Not bad for a day's work.
Complete the quest.
What happens next is up to you, be it griffin, netch, or dragon. We've gathered their fables in the main hall. If you have any questions, let me know. Except for what's beyond the unmarked door.
Can we talk more about the Chronicler?
You mean Ferandil? I reached out to him while I was waiting for the Votary Commander to decide what she wanted me to do. I've worked with him in the past, and he's unusual, but he's the best at what he does.
He's going to be selling the things we find here? Shouldn't we not do that?
Absolutely. We're relying on him to help us understand what's useful, what's valuable, and what's just scrap paper. He told me the altar is already vibrating along his transmutational axis. I have no idea what that means, but I think it's good.
We don't know what's beyond the What does he do?
Ferandil has this way of getting his hands on things you wouldn't expect. Like, he's got a sixth sense about ancient relics and magic. Basically, he's a treasure hunter and merchant, but he's extremely reliable.
We don't know what's beyond the unmarked door.
We do not. Julian and I have already begun speculating based on some early hints. Our best guess? It's Ulfsild's private study. But I suppose we'll find out, won't we?
Have you asked the crow?
I did, and she was a bit cryptic. I mean, especially cryptic. Sometimes it's hard to tell with a magical talking crow, but she seemed like she didn't want to talk about it.
Can we talk more about... No, okay. Power granted you by the luminaries entails into the Scalarium. The great power of the Indrik, it seems to have set up harmonic reverberations across Tamriel. Long dormant ley lines, much like the ones in the Scalarium itself, are waking. Further research is required, but the immediate effect, I believe, will allow you to see scripts and luminous ink for what they are, portends of future power, rather than merely scraps of paper or dull and lifeless writing materials. Certainly as well. The little fawn led me to a cache of scripts here in the Scalarium, most exciting, by the way. I'll continue to search for more as you engage with the luminaries further, and of course, I will attempt to keep you updated on what discoveries I make. Good luck. Assistant crime. Familiar to Feraldil Merchant. This is Call, my dear and beloved familiar. She has been with me for many years. Please give Call the utmost respect and kindness as a vendor, assistant chronicler, and full-fledged member of the Mages Guild. She is a professional, I say, and will treat you well if you treat her well, in kind. Let me see. See. I see. Whoops. I forgot. I wanted to repair my stuff. There we go. Now, what do you have?
Ah, hello.
Banner bearer. Huh. I see. So each of these is a different skill. I see. Okay, this makes a little more sense. Damn, I'm gonna need 50k. Probably per character. Uh. So, huh. I see. Well, that's something. This is going to be expensive, isn't it? I'm going to need some dosh. All right. Bear with me a moment here. I need to look something up. Because somebody told me something about scribing a while ago that now makes sense. So now I need to know. I see. Okay. That kind of makes sense. Okay, I kind of understand what they were talking about now. It makes a little more sense to me. So, no. No, I don't want to do that. I wanted to try and show things I don't have already to see if I could figure things out, but it seems that is not going to be allowed. Noble of the Fetch. Wait. Noble of the Fetch. Nable of the Fetch. I see. Fable of the Griffin. Fable of the Dragon. Indrix and Dragons are a pretty good place to start. I do love me a good dragon. I don't particularly like Netches. I don't hate them, just not my cuppa.
If you are seeing this, I've left behind. I wish. If you are seeing this, the crow has set you on. I've left behind another sort of guide. I wish my time as the Scholarium had ended differently. Nothing would stop my husband from making his mad bargain. But through you, the art of scribing will live on.
I kind of want to save the dragon for later, but I do love dragons and I do love griffins. I'm just not partial to Netches, so I think I'll get the Netch out of the way. A completely true, quote-unquote, account of Ulsild's favorite luminary, I'm sure. Some sought power of the Indrik, prodigious yawners who lacked imagination, drawn to power and might. Some sought power of the dragon, supposed orators who prized their own voices, never letting the thought of another pass without interjection. Some sought the power of the griffin, the like-minded individuals obsessed with their own ideas, blind to the fact there was nothing unique about them. God, this guy sounds insufferable, and I love it. For everyone else, truly righteous and buoyant souls, there was the Netch, dashing, cunning, splendid, and shapely. All who knew the Netch had their lives made lighter and brighter by its mere presence. When someone tried to do something prodigiously stupid, like trading an island sanctuary for a silly book, the Netch's lithe tendrils would guide him gently back to doing something more productive, like cherishing his wife or cleaning his fingernails with a hot iron poker, or literally anything else. The other luminaries groveled. "Oh, great and glorious Netch," they said, "we beseech you to aid us in lifting the green boulders of envy rolled over our hearts. Let our bosoms float with such lightness as your bosom. Make our voluptuous dreams come true. I will, of course, use my magic," said the wise and benevolent Netch, "to keep you from holding yourselves to my frankly unfair standard of luminescence." The Netch did this. The followers of the other luminaries saw the Netch in all its glory and decided to turn their hearts to it instead. The luminaries were so happy for this. The Netch basked in their loving attention, and everyone everywhere was happy and fulfilled and wanted for nothing.
I see you found whatever this is. It's not the fable of the Netch, as I recall it.
enjoyed the netch bosom.
I can't disagree.
I am occasionally fond of the Netch's levity. However, if you are short on patience for playful antics, you may find this a difficult trial. Worth it, I think, on your path to master scribing.
Why is this book called Nabal of the Fetch?
A prank, no doubt. The Netch is known for pranks and tricks. It enjoys wandering invisibly, causing mischief and spreading what it considers to be joy. The Netch almost certainly traded out the Scalarium's fable for one of its authorship.
How should I find the real fate?
I think it likely the Netch will reveal some sign to you. It delights in showing off its cleverness. Nalia and I discovered an echo in the West Wing that should relate to the Netch. I'm sure whatever you learn there will be most instructive.
Alright, I'll start there.
Nothing else has been tampered with. There's already so much wrong in the Scalarium. So much that didn't stand the test of time.
What can you tell me about the Netch?
A vain, jovial, and generous being. It approaches life's solemn moments as an opportunity for new ways to demonstrate its wit and whimsy. The Netch and Ulfsild got along famously well, but I find it to be a little much.
Why is that?
It enjoys being the center of attention. Its tendrils ever-reaching forevermore. Ruffles my feathers a bit. Its actions will seem enigmatic, even esoteric, but it really does mean well, I think.
Thank you for talking about it. Activate the echo of the Netch, huh?
What in Ifre's name? Is that a squirrel?
That's a good question.
Hey there! I thought you could use some help tracking down the fable. It seems like this Netch has a very distinct sense of humor. I'm willing to play along for now if you are.
How should we play along?
The Netch is a trickster, but it's also proud of its wit. Getting the upper hand with someone like that is simple. Flatter them. Reminds me of a Covenant knight I once met who tried all night to get my attention. But that's a story for another day.
So you think we should flatter the Netch? How do we do that?
I think we do just as they did in the fable. Here, allow me.
Go right ahead.
Great and glorious Netch, your cleverness exceeds us. We beseech your aid in finding your true fable. Guide us to your netchy bosom. Make our lofty dreams come true. I think it worked. Quick, follow them.
Good heavens, I say!
I made this lens so you might see the world as it looks.
Aha! You found it! The true fable! Not as good as my version, of course.
There were stories of unusual fortune and luck, riches found by the poor, love found by the lonely. Vardenfell was abuzz with these tales. The so-called miracles were not replicable by the tribunal, and caught the attention of the clergy. Oh, Lord. Priest Lucilian, intended to find the source of these mysterious blessings. Lucilian was first visited a farming village in the Grayslands there, a child had run away from home to an island southeast of town. It was a dangerous place full of monsters. But when the search party found the boy, he was sitting among a flock of pecking hens. The child said a netch had rained on each monster that approached and turned them into chickens. The village held a feast and dined on the birds, which were filling but tasted of sulfur. For a generation after this, the island remained empty of monsters. This must be near the northeasterly town of Voss. There is a Daedric ruin on an island nearby devoted to Molag Bal, just southeast of the town. I'll start there first. From there, Lucillin went northwest around Red Mountain, then south to a Stonewood riparian settlement. He met a caravaner who had no coin to spare just a fortnight ago, as she was deep in debt. Now she was offering rides to passengers for free. Riparian settlement, a city on the banks of a river southwest of Red Mountain, has to be Balmora. Lucillin asked her to explain this reversal of her fortune. She said that while waiting for a passenger on the riverbank, a netch floated up from the water, spooking her silt strider into the deepest part of the river. The creature panicked and quickly went under. When the caravaner dove in after it, she found a passenger ship that had gone missing years ago. She saved her silt strider and recovered a shipment of treasured jewels, more than enough to cover her debt. Lucillin pleaded for the caravaner to tell him more about the strange netch, but she said nothing. After this, Lucillin spent many lonely months on the road when he realized he had wandered in a circle. He ventured next to the Zainab in the Grazelands, where locals pointed him to a ruin in the foothills of Red Mountain. Going in a circle means we're back in the northeast. It's a Dwemer ruin, something that sounds like a sneeze, and a shoe lift. Inside the ruins, he found an elder Ashlander talking to the air as if he spoke to a grandchild. "Who are you talking to?" Lucillin asked. The elder explained that when he was an explorer in these ruins, he fell from one of the bridges. It would surely be the end of him, but before he landed in the lava below, a set of pale tendrils caught him. They set him safely back on the ground. Since that day, he had returned to the ruins whenever he wanted to feel that familiar presence. In fact, his netch friend was floating near Lucillin now. He was surprised Lucillin didn't feel the tendril on his shoulder, or the feeling of weightless joy brought on by the netch. Lucillin left with haste, but when he returned to his order, his findings were deemed insufficient. Despite this, Priest Lucillin would not let go of the idea of the netch and was ridiculed for this belief. At last, wandering among the islands on Azora's coast, he saw the ghostly pale netch, neither animal nor spirit. The miserable Lucillin could finally see the netch too, and he felt buoyant. I'd bet anything Lucillin found the door to the netch's realm near the old wizard towers on the coast. Sadrith Mora. I'll have to look into it. I see.
Any luck finding the real fable?
I did. Any insight on these locations in the fable?
Let me look. Here, this part about the river settlement. I bet anything that's Balmora. Lovely place. There's a big river running through the middle of town. Sounds like it was even bigger back when the fable was written.
Goodbye. Fair enough, I suppose. I mean, I already have a pretty good understanding of where I'm going, because that was pretty clear. But I'll speak with everybody anyway.
Tugging on my robes, like a child playing a game. But no one's there. It's the netch, isn't it? This blob of yours is testing my patience.
Do you have any insights on the locations or notes in this fable?
Let me see. This bit at the end that mentions Azora's coast. I bet it's referring to Sadrith Mora and Tel Galen. Just plot a course between those two towers, and I bet you'll find the door. That's what you're looking for, right?
I see no reason not to speak with everyone I can. It's nice to get their inputs, after all. Let's talk with the crow.
Well, more tricks? Or did you find the real fable of the netch?
Can you give me any clues on the locations in the fable?
The real fable? Of course. I remember it well. Let's see. There was mention of the Zainab, yes? The ruins you seek are called Nichuleft. Be sure not to fall like the Ashlander in the story. The Netch may not see fit to catch you.
I see. Although it might be fun to test it.
There are so many awe-inspiring creatures whose shape this luminary might have taken. Indrik, dragon, griffin, and yet it's a Netch. It's rather silly, but perhaps that's the entire point.
Any clues you can give to help me with this fable?
Let's see... Ah! Right at the top here. The Daedric Ruins. I don't know the name, but they're on an island southeast of Voss. If only the place was still full of chickens like the fable says.
That would be good. I could go for a good chicken right about now. I'm looking forward to dinner, in fact. I'm quite hungry. I had a cheeseburger earlier, but I don't think it was enough. Not quite, anyway. One day we'll have a loot, or maybe more than one day. There's a lot of lore books in this game. We'll have a lore book day where I'll sit and read lore books to people. Oh, that could be a fun guild event. That's a pretty torch bug. I'm not going to harm it at all. I see no point in that. Perhaps I should go see about a snack. My stomach is woefully groaning at me. Let's go up here into this, guess I've never been to this one. Oh god, that's grotesque. Tells me a Telvanni the wizard probably is living there. Let's, let us, play some pan flute. And in the meantime, I shall go take a look and see if I can't find something to eat. I'm dreadfully starving. Okay, I'm almost back. I'm gonna pee real quick, but I didn't end up getting food because they're actually cooking dinner right now, so I'll just wait and have dinner. No sense eating now to then not be hungry for dinner. Right. Okay. Now that I've sat back down, we'll go ahead and get back to doing this. I kind of want to see what's inside this place. As grotesque as the entrance is. I mean, I can see that there are going to be some people with some tryptophobia issues of being inside this place. Ugh. But it's honestly not that bad. Aside from that. Where does this go? Do I just go up the... Oh. Why is there no one here? Perhaps that's explained in a quest. Interesting. Interesting. Of Aardvark, huh? was wondering how we get through the rock. Well, it's Balmora.
Lots of good opportunities for pickpocketing here. Just
I
saying.
can't believe they want us to go
House
outside
Talbani
the
still
house.
keeps slaves?
How else do those lazy mages accomplish anything?
What about the pact?
House Delvani stayed out of
I will say the Balmora in this is much preferable to the Balmora in Morrowind. It's much more pretty and interesting. I have to admit. Supposed to be within sight. There we go.
Nothing good happens in here. I can tell.
What did you find? Let me see. So much better than reading.
Mm. Ow. It looks like I need to go over there to collect something anyway, so... Oh shit. I don't know why I suddenly went to one side or another, but I did. What are you? How are you growing down here? I forget why. Maybe some kind of a fern, but like boggles the mind, really. Okay, to hell with you both. Zareth Var is apparently just the G. He is my G unit, baby. He coming with me.
By your side, David.
Let us fight!
Okay, we missed a piece of it. So it's not here. Then it must be the other way. It's clearly not that way, so...
You give me no choice. May your bones serve them. You get all the luck, Tummy.
I don't really care about the,
It is over.
That would explain a few things. Okay. I just wasn't paying attention and didn't see the door. That does explain a few things. Could care less about that empty soul gem, though. I really don't need it. I see. So it's probably not just any of these. What does the fable say? I'm sure there's a directional in there. Perhaps not. I guess it doesn't really matter.
Welcome to my little grotto. Drink it in. You've found the netch. I hope I live up to expectations. Behold, my beauty, my splendor. A gift to you, not Ulfsild. You have worked hard to find me. I know why, of course. I always know why. Confirm for me, please. Ulfsild is gone, yes?
Yes, unfortunately, she is gone. I'm following in her footsteps to learn the art of scribing.
She said that might happen. I hoped she was mistaken. She often was. Well, no Ulfsild, no problem, not Ulfsild. You have a naturally buoyant spirit, I can tell. This will be an effervescent experience.
Effervescent, you say? All right, where do we start?
Let's open the door to my domain and let some of my beauty, my majesty, into the scholarium. Place the fable on the dais. Yes, the original fable. Not the new and enhanced version I wrote. That one won't work, unfortunately.
I'll place the fable. It's raining on the book. That can't be good for it.
You have such a remarkable way of setting books down. Very deliberate. I'm supposed to test you. But tests are weighty, not good for floating. I prefer games. Easier to win and just as easy to prove how clever you are. Oh, listen to me, droning on like the dragon. Anyway, I have some games for us to play.
What kind of games do you have in mind?
The kind of games that make people feel lighter. Games that show how buoyant life can be. There are many who need the help of my benevolent and loving tendrils.
What kind of help do you have in mind?
Oh, anything to take the weight off the shoulders. Health, or happiness, or even money. Ulfsild tried to explain money to me. It sounded depressing, but apparently people quite like it. I have a list of helpful games for you to play.
Where can I find the list?
You must traverse the land in search of 7 orbs. Only with orbs in hand, when the warrior is high in the night sky, can you wish? I kid. They're right here. Only complete those that make you feel the most buoyant. I'll handle the rest.
I'll read your list
Let's
then.
see what you make of my little games. The best games are ones that others don't know they're playing. Makes for much more bubbly responses when they discover the joyful tricks we played on them.
Can we talk about the luminaries?
Far too dull for my tastes. Somber. Heavy. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Offering knowledge keeps me buoyant.
What do you make of the dragon?
My perfect form does not have eyes, not Ulfsild. But I want you to imagine I have them. Now imagine I am rolling them. She thinks herself oh so clever, but ignores even simple truths when they are right in front of her snout.
What do you think about the griffin?
A heavy soul. But I think he means well. Over the years, he's lost sight of what he truly wants. You might say his vision of justice is somewhat frozen. A bit iced over. Oh, right. You don't get that joke yet. That will be funny later.
What do you think of the Indrik?
Serious. So old, so focused. Too focused for me. I prefer to let the winds carry me where they will. The Indrik wishes we made sense, but we don't. So why let your tendrils get tangled up about it?
I have a few other questions.
You do, not Ulfsild. How can you be more buoyant? Why do you have no tendrils when I was blessed with so many? Why bother with the other luminaries when I am right here? I cannot answer all of life's mysteries for you, but I will try.
Can you tell me... I'll save that for last, because that'll keep him going. What does the art of scribing mean to you?
Scribing is buoyancy of the mind, floating in your soul, lift within your very skills and spells. I find the idea of everyone doing something all the same way not just boring, but dreadfully tragic.
And that's why you helped Ulfsild perfect the art.
You have your tendrils twisted on that. Ulfsild was the one who taught me. Though I shared my views and opinions with her, as I am happy to do with you, but we luminaries learned as much from the Archmage as she learned from us.
I see. You've mentioned Ulfsild several times. What did she mean to you?
There was a truly boundless soul. Ulfsild was a most bubbly companion, joyous, ebullient, witty. She was clever and taught me many things. Very netchy. I wonder if she had some netch ancestry.
That would be wildly interesting, if even possible. What do you remember about her?
Oh, many things. She had a distinct lack of tendrils. It was very memorable. Her familiar, the crow, was almost as memorable. And she had that, what's the word? The bearded creature she was fond of. Shala something? Shala boring, maybe?
Are you talking about her husband, Shalador?
How should I know? I only met him once, and he was not buoyant at all. Ulfsild spent much of her time here, free of him. I always thought she floated much higher on her own. She would have made a great netch. Scribing is buoyancy of the mind. You have your tendrils twisted on that. Ulfsild was the one who taught me. Many. How can I not like a fellow flyer? She plays along with my games, acting like she's annoyed by my clever tricks. But I see through her. I know the crow enjoys my puzzles in the library. I ought to pay her a visit soon.
What is...
Scribing. You have your tendrils.
Can you tell me about yourself?
Picture it. A wizened scholar traces arcane runes across a detailed summoning. I'm kidding. My birth was an accident of magic and deeply boring. It is why I try to stay so joyous and floaty. Existence is what you make of it, not Ulfsild.
Why did you choose the form of a netch?
Is it not obvious? I mean, look at me. I am exceedingly buoyant, perfectly voluptuous. Oh, I see. You too hope to one day have a perfect form. Well, continue your studies, not Ulfsild. Someday you might ascend your imperfect vessel.
Uh-huh. Thus you do not mind. Daedra can be found making lives miserable across Vardenfell, send them back to their realms so goodly folk can sleep at night. The Fisher's Game. An infection that threatens the family of skilled artists. Eating fish freshly caught from the waters around Vardenfell will provide the cure. Catch a fish for a healing feast. The Mirror Game. The Westworld is under attack. Defend the farmers of the region from anything that comes out of the mirrored incursion portals there. Okay. A lot of options there. I think just slaying Daedra. I think slaying Daedra is good.
Thanks for all you're doing to help restore the Scalarium. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know.
The Netch asked me to complete these favors. Any advice on which I should do?
I'd do that Westweald one, personally. I know plenty of people who left Valenwood with King Nantharion that I'd like to keep safe.
I mean, the mirror dimension ones were pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie.
It seems like the Netch has stopped its pranks. Thank Magnus. And thank you. I suppose even children get tired of the same gag over and over.
Any advice on these favors?
If you're going to be fishing in Vardenfell, make sure you have bait. If you don't have the right bait for the right water, you won't catch a thing. I used to live near a lake. Fished almost every day. I miss the quiet.
The Netch acts in good faith. Some have found its attitude irksome, but I believe its intentions are pure. I hope more come to walk these halls with the passion of the Netch.
The Netch asked me to complete some favors. Any advice on which I should do?
If you decide to head into either the Forgotten Wastes or that other place that I will not attempt to pronounce, be on your guard. The creatures that roam there are more powerful than most. You may do well to bring a companion with you.
Everyone keeps talking about these odd things happening to them. They're saying it's this Netch luminary. Funny enough, though, nothing's happened to me. Wait, does that mean the Netch doesn't like me?
The Netch asked me to complete these favors. Any advice on which I should do?
Oh, the Imperial City. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is there right now. Daedra aren't the only roaming enemy that'll run you through first chance they get. Blessings to you if you choose that one, but stay safe.
Aye, aye.
I know that look. You've been tasked with busy work, haven't you? Well, it seems we're in the same boat. At least I'm fortunate to have it confined to the library, not wherever some mystical being decides to send me on a whim.
Any advice on these favors?
Watch your back in Vasya Didenot if you head that way. The place is full of ruffians and cutthroats. Stealing a bunch of supplies from merchants is tame for them. I'm surprised they didn't gut them for fun.
Righto. would like to... I need to complete 3 of them. I don't feel like going to the Imperial City right this moment. I would like to just slay Daedra. Because I think any chance to slay some Daedra is good. I do like the Miramore incursions a lot. I don't necessarily feel like catching fish, though. But I should think that the Miramore incursions are good to do. But if I was going to go kill Daedra... I suppose where we went earlier, that island there, would probably be a good spot to do it. Okay, I need to check one thing real quick. Oops. Today is what? Tuesday? Thursday? Wednesday. Battlegrounds with Linz and Hump Day Trials with Stoff. Battlegrounds with Linz will be in a few hours. Okay, I can do both of those. I suppose fishing, incursions, and slaying Daedra sounds good to me. River fishing hole. Oh, there's one for that too. Very well. I think we'll do fishing, Miramore, and Daedra slaying.
We emerge victorious.
Just give them a moment to refresh themselves, so to speak. I'll do so by fishing here. There's 2. Shall we go for 3? It's a good thing Ember's not here. She gets dreadfully bored of fishing. Whoops. Catch luminary blessed fish across Vardenfell. I see. So this one might be a bit of a pain in the ass, then. Suppose if you enjoy fishing, this might be nice. After this one, we'll go see if the NPCs have restocked so that we can clear more of them. Right. I don't think that that's going to happen anytime soon. How would he look in some of these? He looks pretty good in a lot of them, actually. I am sorry, Zarathar. Hmm. Nothing that beats your current outfit, though, so we shall leave it. Because, frankly, it's just the best looking on you. Alright, maybe fishing isn't the one to do. I mean... Miramore is definitely one we're going to do. Those were so much fun. But what are the drop rate on a Luminary Blessed Fish? Let me look that up. I see. Okay, so it's RNG. Could take us forever, theoretically.
Canarthi, make this swift.
May not be the most riveting content in the world, but fishing has a certain charm to it in this game. Not nearly as exciting as Final Fantasy's fishing, I will grant you, but... Well, there we go. That's that done. Now we need to go complete Miramore incursions in the West Weld, which I am all too happy to do because I actually quite enjoy those. Those were so much fun. What the hell? Something's burped. Something went and broke it. Oh. How many of the dolmens have I discovered? Well, I've completed 1 of 4, but I've got 1, 2 shown. Means there's probably one over here somewhere. We'll just try and find them all. Oh. I mean, it's got to be here to the left. Surely.
I pray you aren't another rogue come to take what's left.
I don't know where here to the left, but it's got to be somewhere here to the left. I'm imagining 1 north, 1 east, 1 south, all that good stuff. Like, general cardinal directions. A world boss. Maybe it's further left then.
And a cheek.
Forget what you've heard. The Old Merry Dominion is the future.
To the north, then. Why does this remind me of the Lord of the Rings? This kind of reminds me where Galadriel dwelled. Almost exactly, in fact. It has to be intentional, doesn't it? Also, why are there so many of these close together? Like, both of these are so close together. They could have spaced these out so much better.
Evil never sleeps of its own accord.
I do have to admit, I am a little curious about my scribing skill.
Expertly done, Tunny.
Huh. Kind of cool, I guess.
May your bones serve better.
Fleeting and fragile. Impressions of things half seen.
Something useful or valuable there. Perhaps both.
Sparks, recollection. A song can bring a tear.
It's very pretty, actually.
Lost? How can we be lost? We make this trip every year.
Give me a moment to get my bearings. This wind infected was prevented for...
Oh, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Alright, well that one's not it. So it could be one of these ones here. Maybe towards the center. Or it could be one that we just missed down here by the way shrine. The best way to tell is to go back to that way shrine, because maybe I just wasn't paying attention and we missed it, because I forgot about the mini-map again.
Oh, there you are.
It is, in fact, one of the ones down here that I just wasn't paying attention to. See? Sometimes taking a moment, readjusting yourself, thinking about your path is good.
Oh, please help. It's all destroyed.
Search the area for the source of the breach.
Yes! Thank you! Very hungry, would like to eat, so that's perfect.
Was that necessary to me?
Ouch. Didn't see it coming.
Bebajvar, it is done.
What? What even just happened? Do you know? I don't know. It won't let me click anything. Oh, we're going to submit a bug ticket about that one. I guess that's the closest thing I can think of. Other. When I on this shrine, I'm out with Sarith as companion. Randomly says I'm dead, but I'm standing still. Well, I guess I'm going to have to log out, so I guess this is a good opportunity to go and get food. So go and get food, people. And I will be right back.
most impressive, not Ulfsealed. I will ensure the mortals I have in mind are aided by your buoyant deeds. In the meantime, let us talk about your proper trial, and another mortal altogether. I try to stay buoyant, I do. If we are to brush the ground, it should be for good reason. A father breathes his last in Vardenfell at a clinic in the town of Suron. He has regrets to resolve before his soul becomes untethered and drifts away. Your cleverness almost reaches that of Ulfsealed, not Ulfsealed. His soul has splintered into 3 parts. While my tendrils can hold him here for a time, a dark spirit seeks to claim him. That is why we must move quickly, with the help of your knight. With her portals, you and the knight can flow with the wind. We'll need that to help this man. Ask her to come speak to me. I will make her float with knowledge, and you can prepare for your journey. Soar suspended by your good intentions, not Ulfsealed. The clinic is in the town of Suron on the Isle of Vardenfell. The night will be an effervescent addition to your trial. I just know it. Of course. I thought you might have things to ask, not Ulfsealed. Your mind flows like an etch's. Breezy, quick, absorbent. You know how some people just have trouble floating? He's like that. Nirn is a river, and I feel along the bottom for things to make float. He's one such soul. I've picked him up and put him back together before, but this must be the last. I am an attractive, floating, betendrilled entity of humor, enlightenment, and magic. But even I, the Netch, cannot stop a soul from moving on to Aetherius when its time comes. Oh, of course you do, not Ulfsealed. How can you be more...
Knight, you have an aptitude for magic. Perhaps you just have not found the right teacher.
You sound like my mother. I know enough magic to get by, it's just not my focus. The crow has warmed up to me, which is great. But now she wants to start tutoring me. It's like I'm back at my mother's home again. How goes your trial with the Netch? Me? Of course! From chasing illusionary squirrels to luminary trials? It's been quite a day. Do you know why it wants me to tag along? I suppose when a magical being asks you to help out, you help out. This will be an interesting story to tell my parents when I head home for New Life Fest. See you when I catch up, adventurer.
Father. I got here as soon as I could. Please, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, my love. He's very weak. I know this is a public clinic, but unless you're here to help, I'd ask that you leave my husband in peace.
Are you a healer with the clinic? Please, we came as soon as we heard. I need my father to know I made the journey. The way I last spoke to him, it can't be the last time. It can't. I never wanted him to pass from this world alone. I grew up thinking nothing could kill my father. He was a soldier and later a mercenary. Tough as they come. So when he wrote to me about this illness, I knew it was serious. We haven't spoken in years. He expected me to follow in his footsteps. I tried, but it's one thing to hold a sword and another thing to use it. I have the heart of a historian. I'm not made for battle. The last words between us were so bitter. I wanted to make amends. I don't know. The clinic says he's beyond their help. If I could just speak to him one more time, put our bitterness behind us and ease his passing. But it's too late. My father is in his final moments and has no idea I'm even here.
Alec, Malvina, hello. It must be a surprise to see me.
Nalia? What are you doing here?
I'll fill you in shortly. We're here to help. A friend. I had no idea Alec's father was even sick. We're old friends, so I'm eager to help however we can. Did the Netch explain how I'm going to help you? Back to where we began with portals? That sounds like the Netch. Apparently you're not the only one being tested here. Alec's father, Yehones, is still alive, but his soul is splintered and drifting across the face of Nirn. Yes. Any other time, I'd be annoyed. Portals are all the guild thinks I'm good for. But this is important. I'll remain here, divine where you're headed next, and open pathways as you go. It gave me some kind of mystical ink that will help us out. That's what the Netch said. Something about the ink snarling my tendrils with the wayward soul fragments. This is why I didn't stay with spellwork. If you're...
Nalia, please. Is there anything you and your friend can do?
I just want him to know I'm here.
One moment, Alec. This ink is... it's working. You're headed to Dragon Bridge. Walk with Magnus.
First mission. My first brush with death. The Reach folk had us on the run. I was so far from home and certain I'd die alone. Everything I had. My wife was at home by herself. She told me she had news for me when I returned. I needed to know what it was.
There we go. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
There you are.
I was stuffing food in my mouth, so I muted the mic a little bit. After all the sounds of me shoveling food in there like a horker shuffling across the beach.
Valid and true to an extent.
Also, hun,
Mm-hmm.
I've realized something about ESO.
What's that?
I have been stuck in old content for a very long time.
Yeah.
And it shows. Because when I'm going through some of this newer content to unlock, like right now I'm going through the scribing quests to unlock the scribing skill and so on. And it is wildly different to the other content. It is very, very... It's not a bad thing. It's just very, very obviously newer, if that makes sense. Like they've definitely refined it a lot.
All right.
It's a good thing, I think.
Yeah.
It's very different.
Well, I'm at the end, aren't I? Dragon Bridge. My blood warmed the icy water. I should have died that day. Yeah, maybe I did. Mariel, Blackberry Mead, Border Watch, Alec, my life's pride. Were all those warm memories just the dreams of a dying young soldier? Alec? Yes. This is where I learned of Alec. Near death. Perhaps nearer than I am now. I remember tendrils cradling me, lifting me to the water's edge.
I figured out what was making, or at least I figured out a way to counteract the extreme slowdown running through the fringe in the Shivering Isles.
Uh-huh.
I changed the lumen ray tracing from hardware to software, and I got all my frames back.
Good.
And more. It looks just about as good as far as I can tell.
I feared I'd never live to meet him. I was just glad
frame rate is way better. It'd probably look even better if I turned. So it's funny. It has both the ray tracing as well as screen-based reflections.
Uh-huh.
Where is he?
So it's a double layer of reflections, which is just kind of interesting. Screen-based reflections are more. They're less resource. They're the way they're usually done in video games, where if something gets out of the frame of your camera, then the reflections, for the most part, stop.
I see.
Unless it's the type of reflections where it's basically a camera looking out to get the reflection, but those are far less common nowadays because they're extremely place sensitive. And ray tracing takes light from the light source, reflects it as a true reflection, rather than using screen space reflections. More closely models how light actually works in real life. Not exactly, because it's just data and code, but in the operation of how the reflections end up being.
Rest and no peace.
And they're experimenting with ray traced audio as well, to have realistic echoes off of walls and realistic muffling behind walls and behind doors and things like that.
That's interesting.
It's also far less computing intensive than visuals, from everything that I've heard about it so far.
I think maybe they're using the game as somewhat of a testing ground for some of the features of Elder Scrolls 6, so that people don't get pissed if they're in Elder Scrolls 6, but they're like, oh, but it's an Oblivion remake, look at all this fancy new shit! You know.
Indeed.
I think it's clever.
Yeah, that's what I'm pretty sure.
But partially...
Yeah.
I also feel that they did it to mark their territory a bit, remaking Oblivion without telling anybody.
Yeah, well, maybe. That's a possibility.
Because I mean, you could say that them giving codes to the people that did or rather are doing the remake of Oblivion in Skyrim's engine might have been, just like a little healthy nod or a little friendly thing. But it could also have been them just being like making damn sure they knew that they were marking their territory here. It's hard to say.
Taking it as being less malicious and more kind of like a camaraderie sort of thing.
I'm hoping that that's the case as well. But knowing Bethesda, I would not be shocked.
They've never had any issues with the Sky Oblivion team thus far as I'm aware. They even provided old source code a while back. I mean, they were more quote-unquote hostile to Fallout 4 New Vegas, but not actually hostile. They're just like, okay, you guys can remake the entire game if you want, but you do have to remake it. So they have to do all the audio and sound effects. They can't just pull from the old libraries.
That seems more of an issue with Obsidian.
It could be. I don't know if Obsidian has that level of rights to it, because ZeniMax and Bethesda were still the publishers of the game. Well, Bethesda at the time, now ZeniMax as well. I'm gonna get a drink real quick.
Here at Border Watch that I was given command so many years ago. I sent for my son, urging him to enlist. We would defend these walls together. And here
I'm back.
Only to hand in his blade.
And hon.
Alec had such a love of history.
God, I hope they do. Man, if they remake Fallout 3 in New Vegas,
I wanted to fight side
in the same style as they've done with this,
son,
all those hours.
And I don't think that they will be remaking New Vegas. The only reason I think this is because they don't have Obsidian. I don't think Obsidian would sign on for it. And it wouldn't be the same without them.
Yeah, I don't know if like I said, I don't know if Obsidian has that level of rights.
It's not a matter of rights. I don't think that the studio could pull it off without them. The way that it was different was because it was by Obsidian, not Bethesda.
Again, if it's just a graphical update, if it's basically what they've done with this, they haven't changed this much at all. They improved on a few things. Now, they could, like, fuck up the traits and level ups and how experience and whatnot's done, but it'd be pretty tough to fuck that up. As long as they're not remaking it like they do for Fallout 4 with the perk trees and removing stats, that'd be such a huge change. Nobody, and I mean nobody, would be down for that.
Yeah, but Fallout 4 was distinctly Bethesda, whereas New Vegas was distinctly Obsidian.
Either way. I mean, this was an Obsidian game.
It was, and it's definitely different for not having had them involved. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's just a thing.
Either way.
I also still think the faces are nightmare fuel.
Oh, Adume sent me some real choice examples. 1 second.
I think they really, really dropped the ball with that part.
Oh no. Well, I mean, like, in terms of, like, just random characters.
And also, why does Uriel Septon no longer look simply like an old man, and now he looks like somebody that's been picked up, run over, put back together, put through a meat grinder, put back together again?
He doesn't look that bad. He looks like an 80-year-old man.
He looks way older than 80. He looks like he's at least 300 years old. Now, granted, the man has had 300 years of stress, I guarantee you. But I don't think that they did him justice at all. He looks awful in the remake. Granted, he's not in it for long, so it's not that big of a deal, I guess. But, like, you know what I'm saying?
I think he looks good. I think you're being silly.
I'm not the only one that feels this way. So maybe, but that would mean that a lot of people are being very silly about it.
I think that is a very plausible thing to say.
It's also very possible. I'm just saying my piece. My piece is he looks like shit.
I thought he looked good.
I also think it would have been slightly funny if they had changed his face just a little bit to make him look a little bit more like Patrick Stewart. Just as a nod. I think it would have been fun. I'm not saying it should be a thing. I'm just saying I think that if they had gone that route, it would have been kind of funny.
Rest and no peace.
Oh boy. Ooh, a lead. Always like those.
I love that.
My final venture is a man of the sword. I resigned my station and took to mercenary work. I had tracked a bounty to these ruins filled with traps and monsters. I was lost, injured. I fell and my torch went out. I was alone. So alone. I saw a shape in the darkness, looming like a storm cloud. Tendrils swaddled me like a babe.
Roger that.
I did not fight as they held me close.
Oh, so I
set me on
power
my
grinded
feet,
my restoration skill for a little while.
I heard that laughing voice from all those years before.
It's actually 50. I just have a 33 bonus because of my armor. And that was brought up from 23. I think 20. No, it might have been 27. I found. So you know the crystal obelisks that can spawn around the Shivering Isles.
Didn't have the courage to write my son until I fell ill.
So
Then it was too late.
the priests of order don't fully die until you manage to seal off those crystal structures. And if you try and interact with them, they shock you with electricity. So, since I'm the Atronaut, and I had a 50% chance of absorbing that spell, which I did basically 50% of the time, I was able to heal more damage than I was taking and just train my restoration skill for like 15 minutes all the way up to 50. A silly little exploit, but a fun one.
I mean, the old way you used to do it was get a drain health self spell and a restoration spell that matches or exceeds its draining capability and cast them both. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Let me catch my breath.
It's tough to train your magic though as the Atronaut, since you can't naturally restore it or regenerate it.
From this world alone. I'm so overwhelmed. I don't know how to thank you.
Because it was still in that design mindset that they had from Morrowind, and also from Daggerfall, possibly all the way back to Arena.
What we said to each other, but
I haven't played Arena. I do not know.
What do I do?
But
how can I make up for all these years?
So if you can find
together?
a free damage trick, it's a real easy way to level up your restoration.
I'll try to tell him everything. My time as a historian.
I think it's
meeting my
actually
wife,
right just
everything.
ahead of my destruction stat?
I'm just so relieved
Yeah,
to
just
hear
ahead.
his voice again.
Destruction takes even longer to
You
train
and
because it's
Nalia
based
have
on
given me a
damage.
memory to last the rest of my life. Thank you, stranger.
You're welcome.
Pardon?
I was
My last
talking to the
cry.
NPC.
I'm so
Oh.
sorry. Those things I said to you.
He said something so nice I had to say you're welcome.
I know, Dad.
I know he can't hear me, but
I'm
damn it.
sorry I didn't give you the chance to make amends.
Shh, my boy. We're together now. That's all that matters.
Just look like with screen space
We've done all we
reflections
can
on.
here. Let's head back to the Scalarium and speak with you-know-who.
Ah, so it adds like an additional little layer of effect. Oh, it adds the haze, not the kind of haze effect to the reflections. Okay, so there is value in having the screen space
I don't know about
reflections
you,
on.
but that really took it out of me. I'll meet you back at the Scalarium, all right?
Oh, and it
I'll
helps
say
with
goodbye to my
some of
friends
the
and
finer
probably
details
take
too.
the long way back.
Interesting.
I'm too exhausted to summon another portal right now.
Thank you
Either
again,
that or it makes
stranger.
it more.
I hope I look all right.
Nope,
I
nope.
didn't anticipate meeting my father-in-law today.
Alec is here. If my last breath was an apology to him, it would have been worth it. But I have a few more left in me. And ears to listen. Thank you, stranger, for guiding my spirit back to my boy.
Thank you. Now I'm going to spend the remaining time with my father, catching him up on everything.
I don't remember that happening with those. I need to repair my armor. The best way to do that would be to go back to Cyrodiil. If I can right now. Donfeng Superior.
Dawnfang is quite a weapon.
It sure is. Duskfang is as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. I've been going down as becoming the Duchess of Mania.
Fair. I also think it's very odd, that weapon.
Yeah?
They've never done another even remotely like it. And there's no other mention of anything even close to it in the lore.
Yep.
It's wholly unique.
Yep.
And I don't think anybody ever mentions it again, which means, in my opinion, that new Sheogorath, meaning our character from Oblivion, still has it as Sheogorath.
That would be pretty neat. Ah, good, the door to Cyrodiil is still there. Just have to get to it.
What a marvelous game we just played! And you did it without my lithe and stylish
I do
bend.
hope for one thing from Fallout 4 to sort of make an appearance.
Could not have done it better.
Which is?
I kind of would like a build system.
Build system?
Yeah, like how you can
you mean
build
like
in like Elder Scrolls 6. I would like there to be a build system, kind of like Fallout 4, so that I can go out and actually make a house where I want to make a house.
If it's limited to like that, then yeah, that would be fine. I would not want a full Fallout 4-esque build system.
Father just in time. Grief is heavy.
Personally.
Not good for floating. Regret.
Ah, man.
That's even worse.
Been a minute.
Alec and his father were trapped beneath all that weight.
But like,
And now they are both just a little lighter.
Skyrim's system is not very good. Firstly, you're limited to specific spots. And secondly, it's kind of expensive. And thirdly, you can't change the shape of the house. The house is basically always the same shape in every incarnation.
Yep.
Which is boring.
Wait, no.
Now
Yes,
you're
it is.
getting it. The best tricks are the ones nobody sees coming. A twist of fate, a bubble of hope, a glorious multi-limbed embrace. Seeing people happy is all for my own gratification. Selfish, I know, but I've been called worse.
Right, I need to go down.
Absolutely. Consider my
I could take one of them with
past.
me into the realm of
I'll summon up
madness.
my sigil,
They could
and
become
you
my
can take
house.
it back to the altar. It is time for you to scribe up your own clever tricks. Just remember to stay
Wouldn't that
light,
be poetic?
stay breezy, keep yourself as netchy as you can. Use my sigil. Use it
Place
to
all relics.
amplify the altar and seek to better the world through your scribing.
Take all relics. Wow.
Be sure to thank Nalia. And don't
Yeah.
be a stranger, or I'll find an excuse to start wandering the
And my
Scholarium
stuff's
again.
all fixed. Oh, I have Ember armor as well now.
Nice.
I have a full suit. There you go. Let me also get the sword. There we go. It's actually got a 3D, a depth to it now.
Ooh. Okay, they did a good job on that.
I would say so.
And they managed to make the helmet look good on an Argonian, which is hard.
Yeah, it actually does. It kind of curves with the muzzle, leaves some of it exposed.
Instead of uselessly extending the thing.
Yeah, so where the helmet shoots forward too. But yeah.
And the shield looks fantastic.
Yes, it does.
That's easily one of the best things about the Shivering Isles was the Amber armor. It's not close.
I agree. It's a lovely armor. I need to find all the matrices so I can make it even better. Oh god, Ruin's Edge. I have to show you what they did with Ruin's Edge. It's not bad. It's good. But it's just gross, because it has a fucking eyeball.
That is a bit unsettling, isn't it? They could have gone funnier with that.
They could have. But it's enough as it is, I promise. Alright, let me put on my Crusaders. Stuff again. Shield of the Crusader.
There you are.
Oh,
I just got back
this
myself.
Ring of Lordship gives 26% shield. Putting it on changes my armor value from 29 to 55.
Pretty good.
And then I have this Raiment of Arden Sul. And if I put it on, it gives another 25% shield. So if I put it on, I get 63.
That is quite fashionable, isn't it?
It sure is. Kind of considering making once I can. Because I can do enchanting now. But continuing this reflect, or this shield on self and just making like fashionable bullet, make a John Wick bulletproof outfit.
I mean, his is at least possible. There are suits made of Kevlar and things. They work quite well, actually.
Second, Charity of Madness I could put on and just have a shield. The Talisman of Abatement is nice to have. Not super useful. Especially since I'm already an Argonian and can do water breathing. We'll put on the Charity of Madness. It's a pretty game. Now, take off the arrows. I should go and sell this. some of this stuff. I need to set my amber armor somewhere on that chest. We'll throw it in this armory. Why not?
Well, just careful. Remember, NPCs can take from things.
I don't need that book of the apprentice. What was it that I gave?
Okay, hun. I need you to pick dragon or griffin.
Like sheer power is dragon, but there's griffins are just so fucking cool.
Well, you got to pick one.
Well, it looks really good.
Thank you. It
And
means
lag.
a lot that we could help Alec find some closure.
Try now.
I'm not
I
sure
said,
he would have ever
if
forgiven
it looks
himself
good,
if
the
we hadn't been
griffin.
there
If it
today.
doesn't look good, the dragon.
They both probably look fantastic.
Griffin, then. Give it a shot.
I wonder if Ulfsild ever faced a personal trial like this when she met the Luminaries the first time.
It's you.
I guess we just have to do what we can when we can and hope for the best. Oh, Magnus, did the net teach us a lesson?
Alrighty. I don't think I have a lot to sell presently. I'm pretty sure I sold most of my
The
stuff
net
while I was
acted
there.
like it was another trick.
The
but
armor was...
I
no?
felt for some
No,
time
it's
like
not
my
what you
magic
call
had
that.
stagnated.
Oh, I have all those arrows.
That was...
I forgot to put the
it was
amber
really
sword.
hard.
Man, they make weapons
But
weigh
it was kind of
too
a joy
much
to
in this,
really
son.
challenge myself. Still think I'll stick to swords and shields.
You know how
though.
many weight units that my sword takes up?
A lot.
47. My full set of armor doesn't even take up 30. 15, 19.
I feel the same
Yeah.
way. Just
The
look
perfect
at all
amber
the
sword
lives you
takes
made
up
brighter.
50. Dusk
The
Fang
altar
takes
is another wing
47.
stronger, and we reunited a man and his son for one final day together.
It's
Netja's antics
ridiculous.
were kind of
Oh, I
moving.
also have the amber bow. I forgot
All
about
because
that.
of
Let me
you,
show that
my
off
friend.
too. Okay, yeah, it still looks about the same.
Yeah, the amber bow was never particularly ambery, sadly.
Yeah, no.
I felt like it was a missed opportunity because there are so many bows with flat limbs. They could have crusted those in amber.
Yeah, this is more like a... almost like a riding bow. To be fair, this is like a Mongol riding bow.
Sorry about that one, adventurer.
Well, Mongol riding
I need
bows,
to brief you.
depending, had either flat limbs or somewhat flat limbs. So. Or
Well, that's for
rounded
this
ones
one, the
for
Rin's
more of the horned approach.
I meant like this for the Rin's Edge, not
Ah.
the amber bow. A recurve or a early compound bow.
I do have to wonder what Volendrung's going to look like.
Indeed.
Ho there, friend. I know the path of scribing beckons. You're no doubt hoping to contact the Griffin Luminary. Unfortunately, it seems we have a page thief in the Scalarium.
Throw.
Just so.
Amber bow.
We were
and the
cataloging
Rin's
tomes
Edge.
and left the fable unattended for
and the
just
amber
a
sword.
moment. Then from the other room, we heard yips and snarls and found it torn apart. Nalia is
like
already
my
at work
I
trying
like
to find an
my-
alternative to the
My
missing
fucking
pages.
longsword. It's
The
nice.
East Wing, looking for anything Ulfsild might have left behind about the Griffin.
Dawnfang and
Hopefully so that
Duskfang
you've
are
pointed in the
perfectly
right
viable.
direction. My deepest apologies. This was a grave error on my part, but it won't happen again. Don't worry. A few
Now,
chords
I've
around
cut
the
down my
library
weight
and we'll make sure the
significantly.
page thief doesn't strike again.
Dawnfang and
In
Duskfang
the meantime,
also repair and
perhaps
refill
Nalia has
themselves,
found
so it's
something left
fine.
behind by Ulfsild over in the East Wing. It's going well. I'm not usually the type to work at a desk, but it's
Should I
been
take one
interesting
of
to walk the
my
halls and see all the different types.
squires with
From what
me?
Julian and
Should I
Anardo
take one
said,
of
this
the
place is a treasure trove
knights
of
from
knowledge.
Battlehorn Castle? What do you think?
I mean, squires do need experience eventually, but they are killable, so I usually don't take out anybody that's killable except for the annoying fan and or sorry, adoring fan. Freudian slip there. Because he respawns, and usually even then I just pick him and then make him immortal using console commands. Because it's rather annoying to have him killed off and then having to either leave all of my things there or what have you. Because I do like to outfit my fellows.
All right, Sir Avita.
A section dedicated to cookbooks from the First Era.
Sir Avita.
Shelves of poetry from Atmora, and a startling number of bawdy limericks stacked up in a pile of chapbooks. Archmage Ufsild, it seems, was eager to follow the hunt for knowledge wherever it led. I'll help Julian and Anard.
So the combination
this won't happen
of
again on my
the
watch.
lumen ray tracing with the screen space reflections put together makes things look basically like ray traced. So
Good, you're here. Give it a listen.
strange door. Oh, I got paid today.
Good.
Since I was out all week because of that that damn cough. It wasn't as good, but it was still $750.
This is still significant.
Yeah.
Did you get everything paid?
Car's paid off. I'm gonna start covering my insurance and paying for the storage locker as well. Though mom paid for next month, I'll be paying after that.
Hopefully you won't need it that long.
Agreed. Interesting that it's either way.
I can already feel the pull on Ivea.
I need to start paying onto my credit card again. I might wait for my next paycheck for that.
But I wish the Griffin and the Fox would understand. This isn't a fight we can win.
What else?
Most of the luminaries have already accepted what this means for the Scholarium.
Car's paid off.
But the Griffin, he's as inflexible as the shield he believes himself to be.
That was such a big fucking relief. Finally have that paid off on.
Shivering Isles is still, I think, my favorite place in all of the Realms of Oblivion.
Well, we haven't seen a ton of them. We've mostly seen the Deadlands, the Shivering Isles.
In this one, you get to see Hercian's hunting ground.
That too, yes. You also
Which
get
isn't
to
so
see
bad.
the Daedric realm that
You also, like, indirectly get to see the realm of Mephala, and you get to see Cold Harbor, or at least part of it.
Yep.
And some other stuff. Apocrypha. You get to see more of that than we did in
She sounded so sad.
Give me your
Losing Ivea and the
amber.
Scholarium to the whims of Sheogorath must have been devastating. And it sounds like the Griffin didn't much like it either. One can hope.
So much
I still can't
damage.
quite wrap my head around the fact that you helped bring Ivea home. In any case, Ulfsild was just as talented as her husband. Almost every one of her wards is holding.
Going the
Which
wrong
makes our
way.
interloper all the more confusing. I managed to catch sight of our pest just before you arrived, and it's a fox. Possibly the fox Ulfsild mentioned in the Echo? It was enormous and seemed intelligent.
Oh, and have I
She was
mentioned,
very
Hun,
surprised to see me.
there are abnormally large foxes in this game, as well as regular foxes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. And you can even ride them.
Ah.
Some of them. We're all in above our heads here. Don't
Some
look
of
to
them
me
even
for
talk.
answers. Luckily,
I
our
see.
foxy friend might have helped us out.
Almost like
When he saw me,
almost
he
like
dropped
a
one of the
type of
pages.
Khajiit.
It's the first page to the fable with Ulfsild's notes clear as day. Wolfsealed must
If
have
only.
left it behind with the annotations already
Time to
visible.
climb down a mountainside.
For some reason? Maybe if you meet that fox, you can ask him about it. I put it on the table just over there. Give it a look.
Good.
Wolfseal's handwriting is on every tome in here, but she wasn't eager to share much of herself with history. As for the Griffin, he seems to come off as a strong personality, but with a bit of an interesting soft spot. That fox she mentioned. Well, if the Griffin is the stout defender Ulfsild's notes make him out to be, you'd think he'd take a dim view to thievery. But apparently
Gold
this
feather
mighty
shades.
Griffin and this
Nice.
clever
Common
fox
soldier.
got along as thick as... well, thick as thieves.
Love you, hon.
I think she
Love you too,
felt
hon.
there were more important things to write about. She seems very driven, in her echoes and in the notes. Compelled by her quest to understand scribing and the luminaries. To leave behind a legacy. Agnes, I'm not sure that's possible. The Netch's joyous floating is, well... it's a singular experience. Ulfsild's notes make him out to be something of a knight in the mold of the ancient orders. Strong, true, and unyielding.
Oh, now we're back to Dawn Fang. Didn't quite get enough kills for a Dawn Fang superior.
And you're off like a racing frog. Let me know if you want to confer about the directions in the fables. I'm so glad we were
flesh
able to overcome
astronauts.
this little hiccup. That first page should be enough to get you going.
Oh god,
I just hope you'll
I
find
take
some
so
clue
little
that will
damage
lead you
right
to the
now.
next set of walls. I'm not too familiar with the rift, but I do know that the Treva's a river that spits
I
the
could just
hold.
stand here and farm
Maybe follow it south from the Molten
healing
and
as
see what
well.
you can find? Just remember, what
That's
was
very
a
funny.
castle overlook back then might just be ruins now. Something about those names. Gray and Saria. They seem familiar, but I can't imagine I've read this. Maybe the fable was the basis for one of my mum's many bedtime stories? She had scores of them for every season and mood that took her. Wolfseal's handwriting is on every tome in here, but she wasn't eager to share much of her...
Incredible.
Would you like to play more ESO, hun? Not that I want to pry you away from the Shivering Isles, as I quite fond of myself, but they did do the flame effects justice. I will give them that.
Indeed. The lighting is very, very cream.
All right, you. Spend a bit too much time in Night City, I think you have.
Yeah, probably. Still haven't finished it. I need to actually finish it.
I have very much finished that game more than a few times. It is an experience.
Ah.
Also, hun, want to know a fun, silly, little weird ick I have?
What's that?
Most metal silverware.
Hmm.
I find it detestable. I don't like the way it scrapes and screeches against my teeth.
I see.
Makes my bones itch.
I see. But is plastic basically fine?
I prefer to not use plastic wherever possible, just because of environmental concerns. Wood is good, though.
Okay, I was going to suggest wood as well.
And it's not all metal silverware, just most metal silverware.
I see. Do you think if it was like proper silver, that it would be
I
a little bit better on
honestly
it?
don't know.
Not necessarily because the material would be like less prone to it, but because if it's made of silver, it's probably the highest.
I think perhaps if it was more rounded, I find that a lot of silverware is very squared off on the edges and things.
Yeah.
And perhaps if it was rounded, it might be less obtrusive. But at the moment, it is absolutely just awful.
Interesting. No, not summon Haskell, as much as I like summoning Haskell.
He's always so annoyed.
Great.
That's exactly the point. It's like, I hate you, Haskell, but I love you, Haskell, so come here, Haskell. It's very Sheogorath. There's a decision I feel conflicted about still, hun. I meant to feel conflicted about it, I'm sure, as that seems that was their intent. But I am still conflicted about it in this.
Okay.
I don't want to tell you what it is, because you'll be faced with it yourself eventually if I ever get to play you enough. But it conflicts me even still.
Alrighty then. There's still a lot to explore here. we go.
Wait, don't be scared. I'm a friend, I think. Oh my gosh, I was right. You're trying to fix Ulfsild's
Oh, it's the
library.
voice of Olaf.
You're trying to talk to the Griffin, aren't you? I am so sorry about tearing all the pages out of that book. I got excited. Oh, that happens sometimes. And it's what I'm good at. The stealing, I mean. Let's start over. I'm the fox. Ulfsild said one day people might try to break in. When I saw you sniffing around, I thought I'd try and protect my friend. That's why I stopped hiding. When I got close, I could smell the Indrik on you. If the Indrik thinks you're good, then you're good. That guy knows good. I see now I was just holding you back. Let me make it up to you. About that, I took quite the mouthful of pages. And then I dropped one when your friend Nalia, was it? When she saw me. So, I thought it best to hide the other pages near the other wards. Good news, though. I hid one right here.
What is this way?
Great. I've got my own way to get about.
More
I'll
doors.
see you at the next location.
It used a smoke bomb, hun. The fox used a smoke bomb.
Ah.
I think I read about this place in a book from my time. It is quite different from what I recall. Perhaps I misremember. Pay me no mind.
Yeah, that's another thing I've noticed about me, hun.
What's that?
I rarely suffer from burnout of any kind. When I do, it's mostly just laziness and not wanting to move.
But yes, I need a bed. I need a level. Actually, leveling up isn't super high priority in this game, I guess. It is nice to do. And I have definitely been getting stronger.
You're so much quicker
Oh,
than I
I'm
was
also high enough
expecting.
level to get the
I thought I'd have
skeleton
to
key
come
now.
out and show you where it was. Oh, I'm
You have
one
to be
step
level 10 to
closer
start
to talking to the Griffin again.
Nocturnal's quest.
Oh, the best of friends. He's not the best conversationalist right now, but just wait. When he's back to his normal self, he'll be a joy to talk to. Just one more key fragment to go. Oh, right. Yes. So, I dropped it. I was down by the water taking a drink when a great large cat spooked me. I didn't think cats got that big. I think it's still down there. Find the big cat by the water, and I bet that page will still be there. I believe in you!
There's also something you may or may not find useful.
Yeah?
I found a couple of pretty decent mini maps.
I see. No, it's not really like a deal breaker sort of thing.
Well, yes, but that doesn't mean you'll necessarily want them either. But I found them while helping somebody else find some things.
I see.
And I keep forgetting mine's there, so it clearly blends in and isn't, like, obtrusive. It blends in so much that I actually just forget to use it most of the time.
Little more than danger ahead, I think. But when has that stopped us before?
You never answered my earlier question. I take that as a no, probably, but...
I mean, probably, but it... Let me get through this quest and I'll see where I'm at with it.
Wow, it's cold in here. Let's be quick. That's 3, right? You've really got a knack for this kind of thing. Is it possible? Have you ever been a fox? Where I come from, folks become foxes and foxes become folks. It's a thing. I was just curious. Anyway, you're so close to meeting the Griffin. With this last page, you should have the whole fable put back together. Right! And good timing. All this jumping around has got my paws yelping. You go find your door, I'll head back to the Griffin, and we'll get him talking. Yay! Dig, dig, dig. Here you go.
Well, that was interesting.
Oh god, that's an awful pun. I can't tell you because it's spoilers, but it's an awful pun, I promise you. And it's one that took me far too long to realize.
Duskfang Superior.
I'm honestly not sure which of the two swords I like better.
Between Dawn and Duskfang? I mean, I like the sapphire blue with Duskfang. In terms of damage, however, fire is generally what creatures are more susceptible to than ice.
Welcome to the Withered Tree. Good luck getting any actual help around here. Keep your voice down. Why do you think fences don't have storefronts? Discretion, discretion, discretion! Of course I do, but I can't trade while I'm on my shift. Give the diamond to me. You'll find your payment in the graveyard behind the Fighters
Blood
Guild.
liqueur.
Look for a cairn with flowers on it. Don't dig too
Gross.
deep. The Nords are touchy about their graves. Fences who can't be found don't stay in business for long. And I couldn't stay here after cheating a damn hero. Bribes only get you so far. Now go!
Did miss this though. Inventory, alchemy stuff, retort, novice, journeyman. Spell magic, journey.
Hey, you made it! Griffin, this is the new friend I was telling you about. They're going to help you out. Welcome to the Wing of the Griffin. As you can see, the Griffin himself isn't quite ready to talk just yet. I've kept him company ever since the library disappeared. I'm not sure if he can hear me in there, but I talk to him every day. Oh, you should have seen him. Wings spread so wide that he could block out the sun. The Griffin was ready to take on Sheogorath all by himself. Ulfsild was the one that stopped him, froze him here like this, to keep him safe. Ulfsild knew that in a fight between a luminary and a Daedric prince, the Griffin would lose. He's probably mad at her. But I'm grateful. I don't know what I would do if I didn't still have him around. And now you're here! Ulfsild conjured up a mighty blizzard to freeze him and hung the magic on a ward she left behind. You should be able to dispel it just like you do the other wards. Just so you know, he might be a little grumpy. Sorry in advance.
Oh, we're back here.
Easy. It's me, remember? The fox.
I remember. I just been holding that in a long, long time.
You did it! I haven't been this happy since I got stuck in that barrel of fermented figs. I made such a mess. Anyway, go talk to him. Go, shoot.
Mortal, greetings and defiance. My companion has clearly adopted you, but then he's always seen the best in people. Why should I stay my claws? I have been trapped here for a very long time, mortal. I did not feel the full passage of time, but I know it's been many years. I know
game?
Ulfsild is dead, and I know what happened to Ivea.
Hun, I'm
Yeah?
experiencing a problem.
I can see that. I mean, you're low on health. You have no potions or food.
I do.
The world is not loading.
Yeah, the world is definitely not loading.
I hope you've been following usual Oblivion rules and saving often.
I have been.
Because that auto saves a bitch. It doesn't save that often.
Just make sure I'm going the right way.
Truly?
Yeah.
Impressive
the
to
exit.
think you may have bested the Daedric Prince of Nonsense. You have a luminary's apology, mortal. This has not been an easy awakening. Once, my feathers were armor, my talons cut stone, and my beak could rend the sky itself.
Alright.
Ah, focused, driven. You remind me of Ulfsild, but I suppose that's to be expected. Give me a moment to gather my thoughts, mortal. Place the fable upon the dais, and if you want, speak to my companion.
Nope.
He'll be eager to
Still
chat,
not
no
loading.
doubt.
Why?
It's so good to be able to stretch my limbs, to breathe deep again. I need to go flying soon to truly shake off this chill. But first, we have business, you and I. The other luminaries concern themselves with challenges, riddles, frippery, and dalliance. If you wish to earn my trust, my strength, know it takes heart to protect, to shield those that do not have the strength to defend themselves. I chose to be a bulwark against the hordes, and I'll ask you to do the same. I will summon a list of safeguard tasks. Complete the ones that appeal to you. I will rally my strength, and we will see what happens next. Injustice did not rest while I slumbered. Your time will be well used on these tasks, and while you are gone, the fox and I will have some time to catch up. I missed him dearly. I am not so old as the Indrik, not so young as the Netch. I was born.
It seems to think that
from
I'm not
another's
inside
death.
of
A
the
great
Garden of Flesh
sage
and
who
Bone.
stood against a terrible enemy and burned them out from within. A mighty and beautiful spell that cost them their life. The casting required a lengthy ritual, a vast pool of magicka, built day upon day, only to rush forth into a great flood. When the dam burst, there was still a great reservoir left behind, one that coalesced, distilled into me. Elves have carved the shape of winged beasts since before mankind existed. I am a symbol, and top of mind or not, symbols have meaning. So I am the griffin, sharp of talon and beak, wings to block the sun, justice incarnate.
Yeah, those are some right tryers, I'll tell you what.
Pardon?
I looked at the images you sent me.
Oh yeah.
The circumstance of my existence is strange, to say the least, but my power, my strength is a gift. From Magnus, from Aetherius, choose as you will. That is a gift that I could honor, or I could squander. I choose the path of honor. I believe it is what we choose to do that defines us, not where or how we are born. When I see cruelty against the weak, when I know my gifts can make a difference, I step in. How could I not? He is loyal, perhaps to a fault. A quality that we both share. When we first met, he was attempting to save a life, and I felt compelled to intervene. Just another creature to protect, sheltering beneath my wings. I would call what we have a partnership, if he had any interest in making decisions. He is fiendishly clever, and unless I'm mistaken, I would not be talking to you today, if not for him. Our differences, I think, do not weaken us, but instead make us stronger. I act as a shield for the weak. He aids me in my calling, and we enjoy our time together. What else would you ask for in a companion? In a friend?
God damn it, hun, they're us. I know you don't understand it, but god damn it, they're us.
You mean Fox in Love again?
No. Yes, that too, but no. Oh.
That. Okay.
He's got you doing safeguards for him. See? He likes you. You want to ask me questions about me? I mean, I'm just a little guy. What do you want to know? What can I tell you?
Okay, this looks more correct this time.
No. How could you confuse me with a luminary? We're nothing alike. I'm a talking fox. Nope. I'm from a place where lots of people look like me. Or birds, or deer.
Yes, okay, so I just had to leave the area and come back, because for some reason it thought that I had already exited the Garden of Flesh and Bone, even though I was still in it.
Oh, you know it? It's an incredible place, isn't it? I've talked to beings from other Daedric realms, and it sounds like those princes ask a lot of their subjects. Hercine's not like that. He's a great prince, as long as you don't get caught. Oh, that's easy. I just sniff my way around. Ulfsild always said I had a nose that could find a sweet roll in the Deadlands. I just closed my eyes and trust my snout. That's how I got into the library and the Griffin's domain. Well, there's plenty of places I've never been. But if the fabric of the realm is thin enough and the scent is strong enough, I can nuzzle my way through. Pretty handy for finding fun little trinkets. That's a funny story. The Griffin is a great hero, and he was trying to protect some people in a little village. There was a war on, elves coming from the west. I was there because the local baker made this incredible honey bread and barrow cheese. No, the baker and I were friends. He fed me sometimes. Anyway, I was just about to bite into a loaf when some soldiers broke into his home. I tried to defend him, but look at me. That's when the roof came off, and the Griffin put his whole head in! Ha! Yes! I was so grateful. I brought him sweets and trinkets for weeks, no matter how hard he asked me not to. Eventually, he realized how handy it is to have a little guy like me around, and we've been buddies ever since.
Interesting.
He's got you doing safeguards for him. See? He likes you. You want to ask me questions about me?
Safeguard of Health. A once sacred land has been trampled by worm cultists in the Eastern Rift. Wet the soil with their blood if you must, but seek the rare medicinal foxroot plant in this region and return it to me. Safeguard the depths. Delve into the many caves, ruins, and forts in the rift. Slay one of the formidable foes that desecrate their halls. Safeguard of corruption. In cities of the rift, corrupt merchants peddle watered-down tinctures, preying on the poor. Find one of these salesmen and steal their wealth in compensation for their greed. Safeguard of death. The Lich is among the most powerful undead creatures,
That's what
tyrants
this gate was for.
over the
I knew
living.
there was a false wall.
They often bear sacred phylacteries, wellsprings of their unlife. Seek out and slay one of these creatures, such as Kalurian Narianeth, or the Mad Architect. Return with a splinter of their power. Safeguard of Thieves. My time with the Fox has taught me to value the clever redistribution of wealth. The Thieves Guild offers leads on adventures they call heists. Complete 2 of these, and return with a pair of fox eye gems as proof. Safeguard of the Stars. Shards of Aetherius are dangerous weapons in the wrong hands. Splinters of these once mighty stones still lie dormant in ancient alien ruins. Head to Cyrodiil and seek these shards in the ruins of Belda, Lindai, and Sardavar Lead. Damn it! Why must I be poor? I want to go do the Thieves Guild shit. And you want to know why I want to go do the Thieves Guild shit? Because it seems like the perfect one, because it's honoring the fox. Ah! Also, the thing that I was talking about earlier, now that he can't hear me for a moment, is the fox in the story that leads us here in the fable, right, is named Gray. The Gray Fox.
So I made this thing.
That's why I thought
melee
that this was that he was from
and,
Nocturnal's realm.
Made it so that way it would reflect damage back at its opponents.
Fair enough.
So that should mean that anything hitting it with a physical attack will perish swiftly.
Also fair enough. Also, hun, now I'm a little sad.
Why is that?
I have hit a point where, like, it gives me an option to go do a thing that I can't do because I don't have that content.
I see.
And it makes me sad because it would be, like, perfect because of just the story and what's going on. It doesn't matter because realistically I don't have to do that. But, like, it does make me a little sad.
The fox was able to leave the griffin's side at any time, but I wonder how much he did. You've done a kind deed today. Lost Prospect, yes. I believe the land he speaks of is just
Power
east
walking
of
that
Riften.
entire distance would be
Foxroot is
exceedingly annoying.
exceedingly rare, an herb used in clever magic. Ulfsild often sent the fox on errands to retrieve it. Its scent must remind the griffin of her.
I'm glad we got the pest problem from earlier sorted. Laren and Julian had me crawling under the most awful and dusty places looking for rats, spiders, you name it. No more of that, thank you very much. Let's see. Cyrodiil. War-torn indeed. These Ayleid ruins are more or less equal distance around Lake Rumer, and no matter who holds what, you'll likely be crossing enemy territory. I'd try to hide or run, but you may prefer to fight.
Julian and I placed bets on what the pest would turn out to be. Turns out we were both wrong, which really is the second best option to being right. Did you need my help with something? I'm not normally one to advocate pickpocketing, but I know of these merchants in the Rift. You can find them in Riften, Nemalton, and Shorestone. Make them sorry for promising miracles from their overpriced cure-alls. Just don't get caught.
If this fox really was a friend of Ulfsild's, you'd think she'd have taught him not to deface books. Sorry, did you need something? I've heard whisper of liches and dungeons. Places like Fanglair, Crypt of Hearts, and the Vaults of Madness. Probably not a good idea to go alone. Don't look at me, though. I've got to make sure that fox fellow doesn't go after more books.
That fox came around, and he's maybe the sweetest person I've met in years. Who would have thought a Daedric creature could be like that? It'd be unbecoming of a knight like myself to advise on Thieves' Guild happenings. So I definitely won't tell you to look for heist jobs at the Den and a Bar's Landing. You'd have to be more than a petty thief to get access to jobs like that.
Damn it, though. This makes me want to wait to finish this quest line. Damn it, hun, why you gotta do this to me?
Don't know what to say, hon.
You picked the damn... Oh. Ruffles my giblets, it does.
Why? Oh, he was an order priest. See?
You know what I was shocked at?
What's that, hon?
Shagoras thing being the Wavajack.
What? Why?
I always thought it'd be like a sentient wheel of cheese. The Mad God is mad for cheese, you know.
Jojet, it is done. Besha Aziz Tamir, Javija. Make this swift. My ears are open.
I will save. Let me let the room cool off again a little bit, and man, I just don't know if I'm up for fucking online game right now.
Don't think of it as an online game. Think of it as a you and me thing. It's just us adventuring in Aetherius on Nern and all of its wonders. It's just like we're playing the Elder Scrolls together.
Yeah, sure. No, it's whatever. I'll be right back.
You're just angry that it makes sense.
What just I'll be right back. Probably get some food too while I'm at it.
Fewer people staring at me than I anticipated. What a strange time you live in.
Don't think. Don't think, catch your.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Got some food. Letting the room cool off a little bit. It's kind of funny now that it's getting hotter outside. That means the AC is triggering more often. So the hotter outside it gets, the more consistent the temperature stays in here.
Which is pretty funny.
Pretty annoying too, but yes, it is pretty funny.
I've got what you need.
That's actually a fun video I will send you real quick. I say fun. It kind of explains a little bit of my issue with MMOs, but it's kind of tangential to. It focuses more on the social aspect, which has never been a real important aspect of game, like MMOs for me. Kind of the less that it's there, the better. But yeah, that's kind of all there is to that, I guess. It's an interesting video though on what MMOs do.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Okay, so I will listen to the rest of that at some point. But from what I have listened to so far, I kind of get more what you're meaning.
I see.
And with this particular game, hun, you're picking a weird hill to die on. Because this particular game is the least... I mean, there is instrumental play to it, but the non-instrumental play is vastly going to outweigh that. You can literally go from 1 onwards, as level goes, wearing essentially nothing and or just level 1 gear, and you can play with that level 1 gear and still do decent the whole way through the game. If you want. You don't have to use anything that you don't want to. You don't have to be the most ideal. You can do what you want, mostly. And it's actually about to get more that way, even. With the update that they're going to do in June, where they're going to add sort of cross-classing, kind of. They call it subclassing, but realistically, what you do is you level a character to 50, which does not take long. Then, for every character class that you have at 50, there's 7 of them currently, I think. You can then take skill lines from that class, 1 each from different classes, and combine them to sort of make a different class, as it were, if you wanted to. Even though your character may start out as, say, in my case, a Nightblade, I might decide tomorrow that, you know what, maybe I want some skills from the Dragon Knight, so I might go grab those. And then I think, oh, well, you know, these are really nice, but maybe it would be also nice to have some of the healing from the Warden, and go grab those. Or maybe even it would be nice to have a 3rd skill line, which is the max, from, I don't know, the Sorcerer. And I can go grab that too. It is the most free form of any game I've ever seen be even remotely called an MMO. It is essentially an Elder Scrolls game with multiple players. And while there are people that prefer to play more instrumentally, they you don't have to play with them.
I get it. I get what you're saying, huh? It's, again, we'll see as I continue, but it's just not sparking it yet? Question mark.
Well, to be fair, the early content is they've just revamped some of the starting areas to make them look nicer recently. To try and bring it more in line with what they're trying to do for the rest of the game, and added some other niceties, including multiple different speech paths, sort of, for certain parts of the game that I still haven't really encountered yet myself, but they allegedly exist. So you can choose, like, sarcastic or non-sarcastic. Like, they had options for certain things. I haven't really found any of those yet. But they are supposed to be here. In a somewhat Mass Effectian way of having dialogue work, kind of. And for what it's worth, Hutton, if you wanted to play WoW and you wanted to play a gnome with no boots, I wouldn't yell at you. I'd join you.
I appreciate that, hon. You and GB have never been my concerns when it comes to playing these games.
Well, fuck everybody else. You only play with me.
Again, it's not even necessarily the everyone else. It's not necessarily all of the... Jesus, that's really good. It's not necessarily all of the interacting with other people thing. It's just... It takes the best RPGs of playing games.
You skipped for most of that sentence.
I said it takes the best parts of RPGs for role-playing games, both Western and JRPG. And it hammers to fine, like paper, like a paper-thin gold foil, and then it wraps it around all of the worst parts of RPGs, magnified. That's the only way I can kind of describe it.
So, like, you feel like it's too grindy.
The new forest worries me.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily this game in particular. And it's not necessarily too grindy. Like, so far it has been enjoyable. But it also...
Ah, there you are. I have been
I
expecting
guess
you.
to an extent is a little grindy, but that's not necessarily bad. But also, everything is a bit grindy. And then... I don't really know how to describe it any better than I have in the past, hun.
I'm trying to understand, hun. I promise. I know it's
I'm trying to
frustrating, but I am
explain.
trying to understand. And then trying to help fix it.
It's not something you can necessarily fix. Because it's about the systems of the game itself. Not like systems of play like Folding Ideas talks about. But just like how the systems are built around. First off, it's both a free-to-play and eventually pay-to-play model. But just like... I don't know. I can't really put it into words any better than I have.
It is technically pay to play because you have to buy the game, but...
That is true.
So technically, except for once in a while when they do like a free-to-play weekend, it's technically not free-to-play, but I kind of get what you're saying.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting
Impossible.
you.
Though, a hot meal might be nice.
I don't know. Like I said, I was enjoying Final Fantasy XIV a lot, and then I let it get to me. Like, again, I just felt like I wasn't going fast enough to catch up to y'all to, you know, do new stuff. But again, that wasn't a y'all thing. That wasn't even a game thing. That was just a me thing.
I understand what you mean. But I have been playing this game now, recently not for very long, but for years overall.
There you are. I have been
And it feels a lot better than it used to, granted. And the newer content is cool and all. But I am also perfectly fine with doing all of the not new content again. I do it all over the time anyway, with different characters, and I play it just like I do Skyrim. I spend a ridiculous amount of time just going around and doing stuff. And yes, I do sometimes do some of the try-hardy stuff, like the trials and stuff, but that's one of the reasons I like this guild that I'm in. Aside from a couple of people, pretty much everybody feels the way that I, and to an extent I think you, feel about the game. We want to just have fun and not take it seriously and play a game for the sake of a game. And we do, for the most part. There are, like I said, a couple of people that are a little sweaty, but that's just unavoidable in life, let alone gaming. But we don't let them ruin our fun. I mean, for fuck's sake, we have a Dungeons Under the Influence night. Where people get whatever kind of altered they so choose, and we just try and clear something for fun. Whether we clear or not, it doesn't matter as long as we're having fun. And occasionally, some people yell at each other because they get drunk. And that's just how that works. But it's still fun. It's all in good fun.
Food is good.
I will say, the only part in this game that does feel a little baby bit too grindy sometimes to me is probably just getting money. But it feels that way in every Elder Scrolls game, so I mean, that's no shock. Getting gold in Elder Scrolls games is annoying.
Yeah, to an extent it is.
Which is why I usually just use console commands, get my gold, and go have my fun. While I can't do that in this one necessarily, I can find ways around it. I can have fun anyway.
Never really found the lack of gold. Like now in like Fallout, specifically in New Vegas, there were big ticket items to spend hard-earned caps on. Things that any character would want. Things like attribute increases. It was a really good way to sink your tens of thousands of caps and actually have it mean something. Never really felt compelled to buy much in the Elder Scrolls games, except for like in Daggerfall.
The new forest worries me.
Well, to be fair, in the Elder Scrolls at least, they generally give you a lot of gear and stuff. Like, you don't actually have to like go buy stuff. For example, Dusk and Dawn Fang. We really didn't do much to earn that, but we got it anyway. All we had to do was drive people nuts.
Yep. Worth it.
And or kill them. There is one thing I will recommend, Hunt.
What's that?
Do one quest at a time.
Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
Okay.
There are so many quest lines in this that are so long that if you end up mixing in side quests, you'll kind of forget what you were doing on them. To the point that they are consciously aware of this and sometimes will give NPCs the ability to remind you what you did with them beforehand. So I would just take your time and, for the most part, enjoy one quest at a time. I don't think there's a single one that's timed. Or, like, other than, like, the events, obviously, but those are separate. And mostly those are fun to do. They're not usually grindy. I mean, like, they're grindy, but not... You know, like, the most recent one, for example, was the Jubilee. The only thing that you did in it that was grindy at all was every day you had to log in and activate this cake in your inventory and then eat a slice. And doing that gave you 3 event tickets. You could get 3 event tickets per day, and you could hold a maximum of 12, and the highest expense you could spend of them was 10 tickets at a time. You could spend as many as you had, but the highest ticket item was 10, I mean. And that's really not in any way grindy, and even just the little tiny introductory quest to get that event started took like 5 minutes and was actually kind of cute and fun. The only story that I have so far not enjoyed thoroughly, and still enjoyed partly, just not nearly as much as some of the other ones, was doing the Ebonheart Pact. I don't very much like their story. To me, it just kind of felt a bit more discombobulated than the other stories. It didn't feel very... Not necessarily linear. It just didn't feel, like, cohesive, I guess. To me. It was good. I mean, in its own little ways. Each little section of it was fun. It just didn't feel like one story. It felt like multiple parts of a story, but like maybe separate stories. It was strange. But so far, the story for the Aldmeri Dominion was really good, and Had, of course, Razum Dar, whom I may thirst for a little too much. And then there is the Daggerfall Covenant, which I've been doing with you, which has been good so far. It'll be the first time I've ever actually gone through the Daggerfall Covenant, which is why I wanted to do that with you, because then I can actually enjoy things over again. I've done a few little separate quests here and there while wandering through the areas, so we may run into sometimes like that one time in that one throne room where I happen to have done part of the quest for some reason or another. But mostly I have no idea what's going on in it yet, so it's fun and new. Even though it's really old content, I've just never bothered to go through it.
Alrighty. Well, at least it is new content. That does take a small bit off my mind. It's not hanging over my head this time around.
It is new to me. Plus, I'm playing a character that I have I had no other way leveled. I've got one of every other class leveled, just not that one. I just had never bothered to level one before. And even most of the other classes I only bothered to level very recently. And I really didn't spend that much time on them because the Jubilee event doubled all the experience, and then you could, through other sources, essentially double it again and get an ungodly amount of experience ungodly quick. So none of them did I really do any of their story for them. I just leveled the class to see how it played and experiment with it, which was fun in its own way. But I still have so much to do, hun, and I would love to share it with you because it makes me happy and you make me happy, and two things that make me happy in one place doesn't happen ever. Other than with food. But that's a different kind of happy.
The new forest worries me. Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
Or sex, but that's also a different kind of happy. Although food and sex might be good. I don't know. Maybe someday. But, has the room cooled off at all? Have I assuaged your issues? A little bit, at least?
I don't know, hon.
I'm not trying to force you in any way, hon. I'm just trying to share something that I think is really good, and I think you're really, really gonna like if you get into it.
The new forest worries me. Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
Because I know I find new and awesome things to be amazed by every day. I'm still learning things, even after years of playing this game. Like, I only just recently found out that somewhere in the settings you can actually change the enemy's AoE colors to whatever you want. I didn't know that. I've been playing this for years and I've never known that. It's really useful, actually. I changed it to hot pink. Now I can actually see the AoEs on the ground and not stand in them as easily. It's really nice, actually.
The new forest worries me. Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
It's those wood elves. Valenwood is trying to annex territory that is rightfully ours.
There you are. I have been expecting you.
forest worries me. Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
It's those wood elves. Ravenwood is trying to annex territory that is rightfully ours.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Hey, Han.
Yeah,
I love you.
I love you too.
More than I can possibly express.
Hmm.
And believe me, I've tried. I've actually looked through a thesaurus trying to find words that work. It doesn't happen. They don't exist. I found some fun ones. By the way, Victorian slang, so funny.
I've heard some of it before, yeah.
The new forest worries
The
me.
slang at the time of the
Nothing
founding
natural
fathers,
ever grew
another
that
story entirely.
It's those wood elves.
Hmm.
Ravenwood is trying to annex territory that is rightfully ours.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
The new forest worries me. Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
It's those wood elves. Ravenwood is trying to
Ah, there you are.
You know what? I think I
have
will
been
wait.
expecting you.
I will wait. I will wait until I have that content, because I think it will make me feel better. It's not rational, but it's going to be fun. Oh, is it that time of day, actually? Social guilds. Oops, I missed the battlegrounds. It's a bit early for hump day trials, but okay. Ah, well.
The new forest worries me. Nothing natural ever grew that quickly.
It's those wood elves. Ravenwood is trying to annex territory that is rightfully ours.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you.
I see. Well, we'll see if that's any good. So, Han.
Yeah.
You know the Outer Worlds, right?
Yeah.
They have announced a sequel.
Yes. Yes, they have. They announced it with the episode on that fucking Netflix show about a bunch of different video game short stories animated out. Watched that with RT and Topaz. It was called For the Company, if I remember right. I am excited for it. I liked The Outer Worlds.
They've also announced a new Mafia game.
Yeah, I think I heard that too.
A prequel, as I understand it.
Oh, I've seen this before.
I sent it to GB too. Not that he ever really responds.
Oh, there you are. I have been expecting you. Oh, there you are. I have been expecting you.
Hey, hun.
Yeah, huh?
I love you.
Love you too, hon.
Mother gave us coin. We should use it.
She meant for us to buy a home. Lavish meals. Stop buying things, sister.
Mother gave us.
Alright, guys. I think that is enough of this stream for me. I need to find something else to do for a bit. So I'm going to find us somebody to raid out to. I want to thank you all for coming out. As always, it is marvelous having you. And remember, as always, chat, don't forget to love each other. Sometimes each other's all you got. Peace. I'm out.